thank you for your contribution to this clinic. For our first, we're considering it pretty successful. We feel that approximately 300 unduplicated individuals were served. Some of the numbers you'll see: 168 dental patients, 133 vision, 141 medical patients served. We have one of the volunteer eye doctors who's also coming back, who will be at First 5. Folks were able to pick out their own frames. Some are receiving a couple pair of glasses if they have, significant vision challenges, and that that doctor is going to actually adjust the glasses for people if they're interested. And then I do have Dr. Lyman's office in Amador who offered to do the same if people are unable to attend that particular event. So I have to say, working with the California Care Force was a really great experience for us. We were able to fill some significant gaps in services needed by our local residents. And one question I have been asked is, what percentage do we think were Amador County folks who were able to participate? Because we did not advertise it outside of the county, but there are some people who are familiar with the California Care Force and who, kind of follow where they are if they have a need. So I'm pretty comfortable saying 90% of the individuals served were from Amador County. I strategically placed myself in the resource area so that I could see, and based on registration as well. So we have good outcomes. We wanted to thank our local physicians, eye doctors, dentists, who also donated their time. Dr. Hartman as well, who worked in the medical area.
Well, I thank you.
And you'll be doing this again next year, right, Nina?
Actually, they suggest not doing it every year. One part of the objective is to connect people with care if they can. So you have a medical and dental and vision home, which is, we know, it's hard to do. So probably 2 years is what we're looking at. It's a lot of work, but we had a great team working. I was the chair for the host committee, but gosh, we had just a great team, and some of them actually are in this room today, so appreciate the support.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your efforts on this.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'd say it's a good deal.
Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I do have something. My name is Sonia Castrina, and I want to say good morning and thank you for letting me speak on behalf of Amador County 4-H. Being a member of 4-H for over 12 years that I have, and in 6 of those 12,
hold on,
I have
excuse
been a
me for
member
a
of
second.
Amador County for.
Are you speaking upon an agenda item for 4-H?
I was told to speak. I do apologize. When you guys said I could speak.
No, I understand.
I didn't know if it was my.
Are you supporting the UCCE for 4-H? Or are
Yes,
you?
I am.
Would you mind speaking at that time at 4B?
It's an agenda.
4B? Okay, I do apologize again. I will do that.
Okay, it matches it up with that agenda item. That's the only thing we're trying to do.
It'll probably be in about 10 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, anybody else on a non-agendized item? Okay, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'd include the addendum for closed session too, under that.
Under what?
The addendum for closed session.
Do we do that in closed session or open session?
Open.
Well, it's part of the total agenda. So.
Okay.
Yeah, with the,
I'll include that in my motion.
okay. Then,
I'll amend my second.
okay. Approval of the items of consent agenda. We've been asked to pull 6G.
Did we vote on?
Just leaving it off, not putting it on the regular agenda.
Did we vote on that first one?
What's that?
Did we vote on the first one? You had it.
Yes, we did vote on the agenda.
Okay. Okay.
So going to the consent agenda,
Did?
with pulling 6G.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are on to 4A, Board Resolution recognizing May as Mental Health Matters Month.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Stephanie Hess,
Hello, I'm James Burke with Amador County Behavioral Health.
and I'm with Amador County Behavioral Health too. We're here today because May is Mental Health Matters Month. It's a time to increase awareness of mental illness, spread hope, and share tools to help people thrive. We know that you are all aware of Amador's high suicide rate, our high self-harm rate. We know that you know that 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience a mental illness every year. And we know that mental illness is extremely prevalent and does not discriminate based on income, age, designation, or demographic. However, May is a time to change that narrative, to provide hope to our community and to show individuals and families suffering from mental health challenges that the community is here and ready to help. So locally, we have a lot of fun stuff going on this month. Next Monday, we have David Woods Bartley, who is a suicide attempt survivor. He's coming to speak at Argonaut High School at the library at 6:30 p.m. And that's a free event, so just show up if you're interested. There's a homeless resource fair coming up on May 21st and 22nd. On May 27th, there's a Sunshine and Peace of Mind event at Dieter Park. And there's QPR trainings, which is a suicide gatekeeper training throughout the month provided by Nexus and our behavioral health department. We have a calendar in the newspaper that lists something going on every day for a way to get involved, either by attending an educational event, a training, coming to an outreach event that's open and free to the public, just to get people out there and to know about the resources available. We have hope banners and yard signs with the lime green hope throughout the county. There's one on Main Street hanging. I saw one at the park on my way in. They'll be popping up throughout the county throughout the month as well. And we have articles in the newspaper every week talking about the continuum of mental health and how to, go online and screen yourself if you think you might have a mental health challenge yourself. So we encourage everyone to check it out and to see how you can participate. And we want to really thank you for your continued support and truly hope that you all find a way to get involved this May.
Thank you.
James has something to say.
Hello. As you
James.
may have remembered, I have mental health. So I suffer from schizophrenia and OCD, anxiety, PTSD. But I'm all medicated and everything. But just basically, I'm just living proof that you can succeed. It's like mental health is like the bully in the yard, and I'm just resilient to that bully. And I don't have any more symptoms, hardly anymore. So stigma is still around, though. I was just talking to someone the other day, and they were asking me what I did for work. And they go, "Well, that must be really stressful." And I go, "Actually, not. I relate to them, to people with mental health, and it's not a stressful job. It's an enjoyable job. I know where they're at, and I meet them where they're at. So, anyways, thank you."
Thank you,
Thank
James.
you.
Can I ask you a question before you leave? Are you using medication, or is it through therapy that you managed to
Medication.
conquer?
Yeah, so medication and therapy. I haven't had a session with therapy for the last 2.5 years.
Right.
So I don't go to therapy anymore, and then it's all just medication now.
All right. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Anybody else would like to speak? Come forward. She's right behind you.
Hi, my name is Stacy Larson. I'm with NAMI Amador. And my journey began about 5 years ago when my daughter stumbled out of the bedroom after she had swallowed a bottle of pills to attempt suicide. She was 13 at the time, 14 at the time. And she survived, and she actually is doing quite well and is getting a job and is doing college and is doing great. But I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know how to proceed. And then I listened to an ad on the radio that said, there's this organization called NAMI, and they're doing this family-to-family class. So I jumped into the class and found out that NAMI is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. And so now I'm the co-president of the organization, and I gave you guys all a brochure up on your desk so you guys can see that. And basically we have 4 outlets that we do. We do classes that are 8 weeks long, that for family members who have someone in their family or a close, they could be like your best friend who has mental illness, that goes all the way from education to what mental illness is, how to help them, how medication works, and how it goes all the way to how do you advocate for your loved one. We also then have peer-to-peer classes, which are for people who have mental illness. And it's basically a toolbox that they have in their pocket that they go ahead and learn how to proceed, and basically when challenges come, how do they overcome them with their mental illness, and why medicine works or why it doesn't work, or what might work for them, which might be, yoga. And then we also have our weekly support groups that are on Thursday, one's at Sierra Wind and one's at the Senior Center each Thursday, and that's for peer-to-peers to get together and just tell every day, every week, say, hey, this is what's going on, and this is how we've survived the challenge. And so they meet every Thursday. And then on the 4th Tuesday of every month, the family members get together and they do a support group. So those are our 4 main things that we do every month. And then the last thing we do is we have a general meeting where we are bringing in speakers. We just had Sheriff Ryan last month, and this month we're going to do a focus group, and I invite you guys and everybody who's online to come. And the focus group is with behavioral health, and it's what needs to be fixed or what needs to work for mental health in our county. What do we need? What do we need services? It's feedback for Stephanie and for behavioral health to know what do we need here. So I invite everybody who is interested to come out to that meeting, and it's at First 5 on the 23rd at 5:30. And come to that. And we just appreciate behavioral health support behind us. They work really closely with us, and we really appreciate them being able to help us support, do these classes, and do the outreach that we do for the community.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trixie Smith. You've seen me before. I work at Sierra Wind Wellness and Recovery Center as a peer support specialist, and I'm able to be a peer support specialist because I'm a peer with lived experience with a mental health challenge. I'd like to share a little story with you. About 7.5 years ago, I started volunteering at Sierra Wind. And I was only there for a short time, I thought, before I went to do other things in life. And I, like many other people, thought that I was perfectly fine mentally and I had no issues, etc. I was invited to the PTSD group by the facilitator, and I said, no, I can't go to a PTSD group. I don't have PTSD. It wouldn't be right. I would feel like I was disrespecting the group, listening to their personal stories and sharing their intimate feelings and their struggles about PTSD when I don't have PTSD. Well, he continued to invite me to the group, and then I relented. I figured if I could learn something about PTSD that could help others, I could justify going to the group. And so I went to the group and I learned something. Guess what I learned? I learned that I had PTSD, and I had PTSD for over 23 years, and I didn't know it. I knew that I had a trauma, and I knew that I was still affected by that trauma 23 years later. But I didn't know what PTSD was until I went to group. Then I had to be at group every week. I had to learn everything about PTSD, and I had to learn about myself and my mental health challenge. I wanted to learn about my triggers, and I wanted to learn what my wellness tools were and what my support system was. And so I started attending group, and then I started co-facilitating, and for the last 7 years, I have been the facilitator of the PTSD group. And so part of my wellness is helping others to be well. Sometimes people will say to me, oh, I'm perfectly well, I'm perfectly fine mentally, I just want some information to share with other people. And so I ask them, do you have a brain? Because if you do and you like to be well, that takes work. It takes work to be well mentally, just like we have to work to be physically well, with a well-balanced diet, and we have to balance our exercise with rest and sunshine, fresh air, clean water. We work at those things to be physically well, and we need to work on our mental wellness as well. And so part of that is taking away the stigma of mental illness and encouraging people to work on their mental wellness. And I'd like to share with you my favorite quote, and it's by Malcolm X, and he said, "When we replace I with we, illness becomes wellness." Thank you for hearing us today.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Okay. Anything from the board? I'd like to read the resolution. Resolution recognizing May 2023 as Mental Health Matters Month in Amador County to enhance public awareness of mental health and dispel the stigma surrounding it. Whereas mental health challenges are one of the most common health conditions in California, affecting 1 out of 6 adults, impacting both the person experiencing mental health challenges and those persons who care and love the person facing the challenge. And whereas 1 out of 24 Californians with a serious mental illness have difficulty functioning in everyday life, and if left untreated, have life expectancies of 25 years or shorter than the general population. And whereas every day millions of people face stigma related to mental health and may feel isolated and alone, going years before receiving any help. And whereas recovery can and does happen, and all Californians should know that support and help is available regardless of any individual situation. And whereas creating a community where everyone feels comfortable about reaching out for the support they deserve is crucial to the ending of the stigma around mental health. And whereas access to support and ending the stigma of it is of paramount importance. And whereas the Amador County Board of Supervisors wishes to enhance public awareness of mental health, now therefore be it resolved by the Amador County Board of Supervisors recognizing May 2023 as Mental Health Matters Month and to enhance public awareness of mental health to help end the stigma. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move.
I'll second that with one little typo to be fixed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 2 actually, but
Oh, typos.
yeah.
And we'll fix the typos and we'll get it re-signed to you. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Against? So I will bring the adjusted thing to you. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we're on to 4B, discussion and possible action relative to requests from the University of California Cooperative Extension, UCCE, for an increase of 20% over the 2023 budget allocation to that program. The county allocated $134,712 during the current fiscal year. An increase of 20% would bring the amount up to $164,654.
Good morning, distinguished board. Thank you for having me. As you recall, I was here 2 months ago to talk about some of the amazing new staff and programs UCCE has brought to the Central Sierra over the last year or so. We are so excited about our new advisor positions, along with our current ones, covering agriculture, forestry, livestock, youth development, woody biomass and forest products, and local food systems. We're currently in recruitment for an integrated pest management position along with community health and nutrition. At my last presentation, we didn't talk much about funding for our programs. We're funded cooperatively between federal, state, and local dollars. Our advisors conduct research and extend knowledge based on their expertise. They're all 100% funded by the University of California. In fiscal year 21-22, The UC funded 5 advisors in the Central Sierra region, totaling over $2.3 million. The same year, these advisors generated over $4 million in grants. Once fully staffed, we'll have 9 advisors supported by UC funds in the Central Sierra in our 4-county region. More advisors will likely mean more grant money coming into our communities. Locally, during the same period, our 4 counties supported UCCE with just over $725,000. What an amazing way to leverage funding. Specifically in Amador County, since the multi-county partnership began in 2011, your Board of Supervisors has supported us anywhere between $120,000 to $139,000, with last year's budget at $134,000. Your funds specifically contribute to 1.28 FTE that are housed here in Amador County. These positions include a 40% 4-H staff member, a 40% administrative assistant, and a 40% master gardener coordinator. We are lucky to be a part of the multi-county partnership because we can stretch these dollars further by sharing resources, which is the intent of the multi-county partnership. For example, while we only have a 40% admin assistant in Amador, admin assistants in the other 3 counties share the workload to make sure the program in your county remains sustainable. We've been able to leverage resources by increasing staff time via grants and partnerships. For example, we have a partnership through the statewide 4-H program that funds a full-time regional 4-H court supervisor. Their work includes serving Amador County. Our program is growing because of the regional supervisor's support over the last year and a half. The 4-H program reached 177 youth last year in our traditional club model, and an additional 435 youth in school programming. That's a 23% increase over the previous year. Our 4-H staff are the main organizers, with the help of several other organizations, for Amador Farm Day. Every single 3rd grader rotates through 8 stations of 15 minutes of ag-related programming. Just a few months ago, with the help of our 4-H staff, I was able to secure a grant to work with teens on pollinator habitat. This grant sent a group of teens, and one of them was from Amador, to Washington, D.C. for an ag leadership summit with 4-H teens across the nation. You can read a great article about the importance of pollinators written by one of our Amador 4-Hers on our recent UCCE e-newsletter. Beyond 4-H, our Master Gardener program is top-notch. Our 40% Master Gardener coordinator helps organize and manage over 65 volunteers, whose activities reached over 3,400 Amador residents last year. These volunteers donated these volunteers hosted 65 in-person public events last year. In addition, they provide other services to the community, including plant sales, youth programs, maintaining the Heritage Rose Garden, helping school gardens thrive, and more. This amounts to thousands of hours of time. By supporting UC Cooperative Extension, you allow us to apply for and receive grants to better serve our community. One example is the UC CalFresh program. Through this grant, we employ 2.1 FTE staff here in Amador County, providing nutrition and health education to residents, including youth and seniors. Last fiscal year, our educators provided direct and indirect education, reaching over 2,400 people. This program is also seeing growth. Nearly 1/3 of those reached last year were new to the program. Pretty impressive. I'm also excited to share that Scott Oneto, our farm advisor, headquartered here in Amador County, has secured a $300,000 grant, and he's been able to hire a full-time research specialist who's also headquartered here in Jackson. This position includes researching virtual fencing options and testing the viability of what could be a new crop, an up-and-coming commodity for the region, truffles. So why spend the time to tell you all of this? The long and short of it is to show you the value that UCCE brings to Amador County. Our current budget allocation is no longer sustainable. Because of the relative status quo budget over 11 years, we've had to be creative. We've shared staff over multiple counties. We've cut FTE when we needed to. For example, in 2011, when I started working here, we had an 80% 4-H staff member, but now that position is at 40%. We can't go lower on staff time. There's a bare minimum amount it takes to organize the volunteers in these programs, and we're at that bare minimum. I'd really like to ask you for a 20% in what's in the budget or what's in the agenda, and so those numbers are true, but I know that budgets are tight, and so I've crunched numbers, and today I'm even just asking for a 15% increase, which is $20,207. The amount should maintain programming for this next fiscal year coming up. We're dedicated to Amador County. We want to continue offering these programs, the beloved programs to like 4-H, Master Gardeners, Master Food Preservers, which I didn't even talk about, where we're teaching people how to stretch their food dollar by canning, freezing, preserving, and others. But at this point, we do need support from your board. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
Board?
Yes, I do. What exactly does your forester do?
The forestry advisor? Our forestry advisor does research around prescribed fire. She does research around post-fire resilience. She did a really large research around, part of her research was what houses burned and didn't burn in the Angora fire in Tahoe. And it helped to really understand that whole 5-foot rule that we're talking about, that no vegetation, 0 to 5.
Vegetables.
Part of her research actually helped show that that's what's important, because she was finding that she was looking at pictures before houses burned and after, and she was doing all of this research, and the houses that burned were the ones that had the picture beautiful rose bush right under the window. So things like that, that's what our forestry advisor does.
You're saying also that the 4-H is now at a 40% advisor position?
So I'm the 4-H advisor. My role is youth development research. I cover 4 counties. Because I'm also county director, I'm only part-time 4-H advisor, but our 4-H coordinator, the staff person that does the day-to-day running of the 4-H program.
Okay.
Do we know how many kids on average are in the 4-H program here in Amador, and then also Master Gardeners? How many participants are in there?
Yeah, so last year we had 177 youth enrolled in the traditional 4-H club program that you guys are kind of aware of. Those are the kids that are part of clubs. They meet monthly, but we also offer other things like after-school programming, school enrichment, and we reached 435 kids that way last year. And then last year we had 65 volunteers in the Master Gardener program, which they donated over, I think, 3,500 hours of volunteer work.
So where do you run the after-school program? Is it at the school?
We partner with schools. We come in and do lessons with schools when they need them.
Is this part of the ELP?
No, it's just part of programming that we offer depending on the school and when they need it. Sometimes we do it, sometimes we don't. It depends on the grant, depends on the teacher that's interested.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of that 425 was also kids that came to Amador Farm Day because they're experiencing 4-H education and curriculum on Farm Day as well.
That was at the fairgrounds?
It's at the fairgrounds, yep. UC Cooperative Extension, myself actually, was one of the key players that started and brought that to Amador County over 10, I think it's 9 or 10 years ago. And the majority of staff time putting that together is put by UCC. We have a committee with Farms of Amador, RCD, County Ag Department. Lots of people are involved, but the majority of the staff time in terms of emails, scheduling, printing, organizing, setting up tables is done by UC Cooperative Extension staff. Mainly our 4-H, 40% 4-H staff person.
Okay, open to the public. Anybody?
I had one
I'm
more
sorry.
question.
I missed a person.
Yeah, I think and we went over this at the meeting, I think there's a concern about redundancy on some of these programs, but I think the county does get a benefit from these programs if people have questions on the different areas. 4-H, I would like to see it expanded if possible, and Personally, I would like to see more of the concentration on getting kids to raise animals, whether it be chickens or lambs or anything else. I think that teaches them responsibility. It teaches them about finances and a plethora of other areas that benefit those children long-term. I realize you can't run a program for free, and you get what you pay for. If we funded more, we would probably be able to get more staff on the ground in Amador. So you haven't asked for an increase in the last year or two, and I think it's probably warranted at this time. You have, as you said in our meeting, automatic increases that are negotiated in with the employees of the UC system.
Yes, some of our employees are represented. Those are automatic, and some of them are not. They're not represented by a union, but we still give them merit increases every year, and that's mandated by UC and UCHR. That, again, I guess it's called an unfunded liability. So for the last 11 years, we've been giving merit and promotion increases to staff, but had a stagnant budget.
One other question, on the grant Scott's working on, the truffles.
Yeah.
Is there any kind of projection of, what kind of revenue would come from that?
I don't know, because I'm not an expert on that, and I can have Scott get in contact with you. I just know that there's a truffle grower in I don't know if it's Amador or El Dorado County, but in the 4-county region that it's the first in California, and he's starting to become an expert in helping figure out the best way to produce truffles, and if it works, it could be expanded into Amador County.
Would these be cultivated like in a building or something like that, or
no? They're inoculating specific trees that truffles grow under, and then they're using dogs that are trained to sniff them.
Right. Okay.
It's pretty cool stuff, and I know sometimes you get into the weeds with the research, but the research is what has to happen in order to make things move forward on the ground.
Well, I think it pairs well with the wine industry. It's kind of a boutique-y thing.
Sure.
People come here for the wine. So,
Supervisor Neto?
Yeah, I've got a question for you.
Absolutely.
It looks like there's, as part of your diversity, equity, and inclusion program, you're having a True Leaders in Equity Institute at the Hyatt Regency in the Becerra, July 10th through July 13th. What is that?
Is it for 4-H?
Yeah.
The True Leaders in Equity, I think it's just getting kids to understand equity and inclusion. I'm not a part of that. That's a statewide program, I believe, so it's not something that I know about. And I don't even know if Amador County kids are going.
Well, it appears to me to be part of the 4-H program. And I thought 4-H had kind of learned about animals and maybe things about life, whether it's, food.
Yeah.
Maybe, I guess there's some, I heard you were there for a while, 4-H is looking to do like, I think it's rocketry and maybe robotics, which is fine. I don't see what 4-H is doing in diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think everybody, say kids, here it is. There's animals, there's robotics, there's rocketry. Go have fun, and it's inclusive, I would think.
Sure. I mean, so
This program, I'm kind of wondering what exactly you're doing.
4-H is a youth development program that traditionally is agriculture-based. That's where we got our roots. But we've learned that it doesn't matter what we teach the kids, it's how we teach them. It's experiential learning, it's public speaking, it's having teens teach other kids. That gives them leadership and life skills. So I can't speak to that particular summit and specifically because I'm not a part of the planning committee on it, but I would assume, in general, diversity, equity, inclusion is a conversation that people across the nation are having, and so 4-H is just trying to expose youth to conversations that people across the country are having.
I don't know, we had to teach our pony to get along with our sheep that they're housed together, so.
That happens in my house with my donkey and my goats.
Yeah, it appears to me maybe 4-H is getting outside their historical bounds. And I mean, I support what 4-H has done traditionally, but we start getting too much into trying to change, trying to institute something on children. Why? teach them about animals, teach them about whatever, and let them be children, let them have fun.
Wait,
And you have a good program at that point.
I think the point of 4-H though is to whatever the spark is, whether it's an animal or not. If a kid's not interested in raising a cow, which I am deeply supportive of, but if they're not interested in that and they're interested in robotics, as long as they're interested in something and they're moving towards a goal,
That's fine.
that's all 4-H is.
Yeah, that's what it should be.
That's what it is. We're trying to get kids to find their spark and move towards that goal so that they make positive choices instead of the other choices that are available.
Yeah, that's why I saw equity. I thought, what's this about? It just seems out of place.
I will let the organizers know.
Supervisor Crew?
Yeah, I am, been sitting here listening. The problem with the static budget that you brought up is all of these raises are through the UC system. We didn't have anything to do with that.
Absolutely.
So why are we supporting UC giving merit raises? Don't they have to look at their, we just had 6 hours of budget yesterday, and we had all the staff in here said, hold the line, and by and large, they did on $115 million.
By joining,
I would support the amount, but not the raise.
well, so the amount is to keep our staff as is. The raises are part of the way that it works when we did the UC, when we became a multi-county partnership, is we took the onus out of HR, training, advertising for staff out of the hands of Amador County because it was to save money. So the point was to give UC, me as the director, a lump sum so that you guys, we can handle it and it takes off all of the extra work that Amador County has to do. Otherwise, Amador County would have to pay for the HR of all of these hiring, all of these staff, and all of that. In addition, when we combined as a multi-county partnership, we're able to kind of share resources, for lack of a better word. So we're able to hire one person that covers 2 counties. So we're saving salary and benefits across the 2 counties and still being able to provide services. Whereas with the budget given just by Amador County, I don't think that you would be able to hire that many FTE with that amount of money in these counties. So in essence, it actually is providing you a service.
You know, I like what the UCC has done in general, but also, you know, like we had a thing closed session today. We're talking budgets and monetary problems the county's having with basic staff, and we also have basic road problems. That's been a huge problem. It's getting in. It's this winter brought it forth. It's been coming for a long time, but it was its interface. So yeah, I got a real problem with putting out more money because I don't think we really can.
I 100% agree, and it pains me to even ask during the current budget.
I don't blame you for asking, you know.
But I need to ask because we are, like I said, at the bare minimum. We can't continue as the way we're moving forward. And I just want to, again, reiterate the value that UCCE brings. With that contribution, we're able to bring in millions of dollars of revenue via grants, our volunteer programs, all of those things. So that's my story, and that's what I'm trying to convey.
That's your story, and you're sticking to it.
That's it. Okay, anybody from the public?
Somebody on Zoom.
Sounds good. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is.
Hello.
Go ahead and bring the mic. Yeah, there you go.
My name is Doris Musblack. I'm a master gardener in Amador County. Master gardeners are just one of the UCCE, UCANR organizations that the University of California and Amador County support in this area. I wholeheartedly think that the requested budget increase is worth the county's investment, and I hope you'll give it serious consideration. Today I'm going to tell you about some of the initiatives that the partnerships that the Master Gardeners of Amador County are engaged in. These are a direct result of your and UC's investment in our organization, and we believe they provide substantial value to the community. Our organization was established in 1985 and our mission is to extend research-based knowledge and information on home horticulture, pest management, and sustainable landscape practices to the residents of Amador County. In the pursuit of our mission, we have established partnerships with various other county-based organizations. In 2022, the Master Gardeners entered into a partnership with the Amador County Solid Waste Management Department. In response to the California law AB 1383, the county is mandated to reduce food waste that's introduced into the public landfills. We agreed to engage in education to promote backyard composting as a part of this effort. In return, the department is publicizing a link a link to our website on their website, where we'll have information for residents, and they're also providing various supplies as appropriate as we go through our programs. Our efforts will include educational events 3 to 4 times each year, and our first class is scheduled on May 20th at 9 a.m. at the community garden. We'll be conducting hands-on demonstrations at our booth at the Amador County Fair. This effort is still in its beginning stages. We just initiated it this year, so we'll have more information as this project starts to blossom and grow. In 2019, we partnered with the Motherlode Land Trust to establish an exhibition rose garden that I believe you're familiar with. We're continuing to maintain that garden, and we conduct tours and classes there on a regular basis. If you haven't seen it, by the way, it is gorgeous. In 2022, we partnered again with the Land Trust and CNC Ranch to assist in enhancing the services available in the community garden. That year, we took responsibility for building a large hoop house that is used for propagating seedlings for our annual plant sale, and to provide a location at the garden to hold healthy events and conduct classes. Our objective is ultimately to conduct hands-on classes and demonstrations in the community garden with examples that we've cultivated. We've also partnered with the Amador County Library to conduct gardening classes for kids this summer. This is a brand new effort, so we don't have a whole lot of detail on it, but we'll have classes June, July, and August. We also provide a mentor for every school garden that has requested one. Our mentoring efforts include providing instruction and assistance in building raised beds, assistance and advice on planting, maintaining, and harvesting the class's crops, and providing information about nutrition, sustainable gardening, and care of our environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else in the public here? Okay, we have a Zoomer.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy, please go ahead when ready.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name's Hi. My name is Alyssa Hardy, and I've been involved in 4-H for the last 2 years as a leader, a volunteer management board member, and was even a member myself at a very young age. 4-H has made such a huge impact on the youth in our community. These kids have gained lifelong friendships and even become a little family. 4-H helps build our youth confidence. I have seen children coming into the program very shy, afraid to speak in front of anyone, and by the end of the 4-H season, they are up front giving speeches and winning awards. I have witnessed this confidence used in other aspects besides 4-H, such as becoming a leader in sports and raising their hand even more in class. I have seen 4-H be a confidence boost for the adult volunteers like myself. If you would have told me I would have been talking in front of the Board of Supervisors twice in the last year, I would have thought you were being silly, but here I am. 4-H does more than just build confidence for our youth. It also gives them knowledge about different animals, crafting skills, life skills, and most importantly, it teaches them about how important it is to give back to our amazing community. You will see our youth members doing community services all year long throughout the county. In our local I-owned community 4-H, I have seen our members and projects increase tremendously over the past year. When I first started, we only offered 8 projects, and we're currently at 13 different projects for our children. I'm so proud of our local 4-H members and can't wait to cheer them all on at the Amador County Fair in July. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Not at this time.
Okay, back to the board.
I'd just like to remind the other supervisors that in our negotiation with our employees, we stretched the limit to go 6, 3, and 3 over 3 years. And it's kind of a slap in the face to, this is employee merit based that we had nothing to do with. It's 20% is just a tough pill to swallow.
This is over multiple years too, though. I realize it's still probably larger than the increases that our employees got.
Well, a 6, 3, and 3 is 15% over 3 years, so.
Well,
This is similar to that, plus there wasn't any increase for probably the last 3 years.
The merit increases for our staff by the university are less than, they're usually between 3 and 5%, and they don't happen every year. So the 20%, again, we're asking is because we haven't had an increase from the Board of Supervisors over years. We're not asking, every year for this amount for 5% for these employees. So just to, I don't know what you were, I didn't quite understand the 3, 6, 6, and 6, but.
For 3 years, we gave, first year we gave 6%,
Yeah.
3%, and then 3% for the following year.
Right, and so it's less than, 3 to 5% is what we give, and it's not every year.
You didn't talk very much about the advisor that advises our people that grow vines, that grow grapes. Do you know how much activity that person spends in Amador County? Do you have any kind of idea, ballpark?
That person retired. You mean Lynn Wunderlich? She retired, and that's why we're hiring the new integrated pest management person. That's going to help with our
When did that person retire?
June or July of 2022.
Okay. Because that's very important for our economy in Amador County.
Absolutely. So our new local food systems advisor has experience with wine, and he just is getting started, so he'll be here. And then our integrated pest management advisor will 100% be in Amador County and hopefully be reprising some of our things like our Foothill Grape Day and things like that.
Yeah, we do grow the best grapes, so they should.
Good to know. I should go buy some wine.
Was Lynn Wunderlich, did she focus on the growing of the vines or more on the pest side of things?
She was, so the way that you see positions work are a little bit different. I couldn't ask for a replacement of a vineyard or a vine person because Lynn was still in her position when we were doing the position call. So that's why we created the pest management position, was hopefully to replace a lot of the work Lynn did. She did a lot on powdery mildew and
Right, I thought leaf
something
hoppers.
mealybug, something.
Yeah, leaf hoppers or something like that, I thought. Okay, so she was more on the pest side of things.
She did everything, right? So what we do in our farm advisors is if there's a question by our growers, we are going to figure out how to get them the answer. It may not be an answer that we know off the top of our head, but we're going to use all of the UC resources and all of the advisors across the state to find those answers.
It'd be good that the vintners would actually, or the grape growers would come out and support, finding that beneficial.
Going back to the board, any other questions or motion?
Mr. Chairman, we do have another comment via Zoom.
Okay.
Ayana, please go ahead when ready.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to speak here today on behalf of Amador County 4-H. It's actually, my name is Tanya Castrina. I'm using my daughter's computer. I have been a member of 4-H for over 10 years, and 6 of those 10 years has been in Amador County. And being a project leader in sewing and master food preserving, and I really enjoyed it. And I, even though I'm not in Amador County anymore, I am an active member of the 4-H in Amador County as the management board secretary. I have been the secretary for the past 3 years, and hopefully next year I'll be it again. So I'm going to just tell you a little story. Over the years, I have been volunteered at several 4-H functions in Amador County, such as Farm to Fork, Giving Tuesday, several dinners that we raise money for, the Plymouth Flea Market with my club, which was Gold Nugget 4-H, setting up booths at Tractor Supply and selling sweets and helping with the clothes. I volunteered at Concourse d'Elegance, volunteering making cookies and handing them out, and also walking around and making sure everything's good with all the 4-Hers. And And then I also volunteer for the virtual 4-H presentation days and along with the state field days currently in Amador County. I just want to say that without 4-H, you know, there's only the other thing is FFA, and FFA mainly concentrates on animals. Well, 4-H concentrates on just about everything else. And, you know, we have grown in the past couple of years, and it's very exciting to me, even though I am not, you know, in Amador County anymore, but I've really had a great experience with it, and I've seen so many youth that, you know, have great experiences with it too. I actually, at 1 year at fair, I heard a youth say, well, I didn't win an award this year, but I'm not disappointed because I'm hoping next year that I can do better. You know, so it does help the youth around here that they can be able to enjoy themselves and get into projects that, you know, schools can't do anymore or anything like that. So I just, you know, I'm living in Colorado right now, and I just want to say that my daughter and I are actually project leaders in the 4-H programs out here. So it's a great experience, and without 4-H, I don't think the youth in Amador County or any other place can, you know, will be able to learn the skills that we teach them as volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's back to the board for a motion.
I'll make a motion then to approve a 15% increase for the UCCE program here in Amador. I think it's essential. You know, agriculture is a big part of our economy. This is our wheelhouse. We should be supporting this.
Now, that was 15%, you said?
Yes.
I'll second, and I do think we get, sometimes you got to take a little bit of bad with the good. I think we get a lot more benefits too if there are issues with the other areas the advisors cover. We're not funding those positions, but we get some benefit from them if there are alliances or issues that come up there. I know you had talked about, if I could, Mr. Chair, you had talked about, we never connected, but you're making some, you have an alliance with the Amador Fire Staff Council or Resource Conservation District?
Yeah, so
Amanda Watson?
Amanda Watson from RCD is a big supporter of us. She utilizes the research that we conduct at UC Cooperative Extension and understands the partnership that we provide to the prescribed burn associations and things like that. I was trying to connect you with her so that you could understand some of those partnerships and why it is important and it's not redundant.
Do you know how she utilizes the research? For what, for the grants or for what else?
And the education purposes, so what we're learning in research is then being turned into the education that fire safe councils and things like that are using to teach the residents.
Under discussion, anything?
Yeah, I'd like to see a lesser increase. I just look at issues we're having at the county. We're having staffing problems too, and also look at our roads. And not that I'm against UCCE. I like a lot of the programs, but just it's a matter of where we're putting our money.
I mean, I did ask for 20% on your budget, but
You could ask for 30 or 40. I understand that. I mean,
Okay, I want to call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
no.
Okay. Passes 3-2.
thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, if you could ask Scott to contact our clerk to give a presentation, that would probably be good.
About his virtual fencing and truffles?
The fencing and the truffles, yeah.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to 4C, presentation by behavioral health staff, followed by discussion and direction regarding the plan for utilizing the funds to be allocated to Amador County as a result of various opioid settlements.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Melissa Cranfield, Behavioral Health Director, and I have
Karen Vaughn, Deputy Director. Amy Hickson, I'm the Substance Use Disorder Program Manager.
So we have a little slideshow for you, and I think you all have it, so I'm not gonna read through all of the points on the slides, but we'll kind of just go through an overview, and then we can have more conversation and questions about this. So due to the opioid epidemic, there were several lawsuits brought against pharmaceutical companies. And so as a result of that, California had joined a lot of those lawsuits, and so a percentage of those will come to California, and then Amador County gets a portion of those settlements as well. There's multiple settlements. There's still some pending settlements as well, and it's the one called the pharmacies is the one that's still pending. So 2 of them have been settled. And so with this, we've already received money for the first and second year, which is a total of a little over $500,000. But it's really not clear what's going to be coming in the future, especially with those other settlements that aren't settled yet, so those other lawsuits. But it is for a long period of time. One of those, as up here, is estimated to be $160,000 for 18 years, and another one is $90,000 for 9 years. So at least there's some longevity with the funds as well. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So more than half of the funds have to be used for future opioid remediation. So this is something that it's not necessarily going to supplant what we're already doing with our substance use disorder program. It has to be new programs that target opioid use disorder specifically, or co-occurring disorders. So like they can also have other substance use or mental health conditions as well. So we're kind of looking at this as how we can, treat this as a whole.
Can it also help with some of the other base to keep the doors open costs?
Very little of it. They're requiring at least 80%.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. They're requiring at least 80% go to new programs.
So 20% is available to cover your,
Correct.
okay,
Yeah. Or pay for treatments we're already doing.
okay.
Yeah.
And so there is, of course, with any kind of funding, there is going to be annual reporting and tracking required that we'll have to provide. We can go to the next slide. And so there's different areas of where, like had Karen explained, that 80% of the funding has to go to these high abatement areas, and you have to have new or expanded substance use disorder programs. So what our plan is we would like to hire a case manager in our substance use disorder program. We've never had a case manager. Our substance use disorder program is very small. We have 3 staff in that program. So having a case manager that can help provide more supportive services, and also to expand what we're already doing. They can also help with some of that tracking so that we can have some of our, like our admin tech do some of that reporting. But it would really be able to provide some additional supportive services that we don't have for folks with opioid use disorders and co-occurring disorders. Another piece of that is also currently there is it's only an 8-hour position over at Sutter Amador Hospital. It's part of some other funding that's called bridge funding, and it's to address substance use disorders, and that title is Substance Use Navigator. And so part of this funding, we want to partner with Sutter Amador Hospital so we can keep this position at the hospital, because the funds run out at the end of the fiscal year. They actually, because the staff person was on maternity leave, they have funds until the end of this year. But then after that, we would want to utilize some of these funds to help support that position, because we work closely with them, we get referrals from them. There's also additional metrics that the state wants us to start tracking in terms of folks that are seen in the emergency department for substance use disorders or mental health conditions, and what the follow-up is. So making sure that they can refer to us, we can follow up and make sure that people get the services that they need, and then we would have those metrics to report to the state as well.
Do you know the actual percentage where we were on the state? I thought we were quite high percentage-wise, not number-wise. I was talking to a Fresno supervisor one time, and pointed out that Amador County was very high with the people affected by this, and he asked how many, and I gave him the number, and he looked at me like I was crazy. Because the big counties just don't understand the percentages. While they may not be a lot of people, the percentage may be high.
You're talking about the percentage of people who have been seen for substance use disorder? Actually, I have that number
Well,
back
I think
in the office.
maybe deaths from like overdoses and stuff like that.
I have that number. I don't know it off the top of my head because I'm old, but I can get that to you. It is higher, you're right, in the state. It's a high percentage.
Yeah, but just larger counties, they don't understand. It goes on the scale of how many people you have.
Right.
Right, yeah. When your denominator is small, it's.
And then as Karen mentioned, that the remaining 20% can be used for various uses. One of the things that we talked about previously was continuing Narcan. You can actually now get Narcan for free. We've recently just ordered some, but this would be part of having that case management person be able to help get it around the community to first responders and law enforcement and to help get it throughout the community. And then we'll also support workforce development, so to provide additional training for our staff in order to be able to understand working with those with opioid use disorder specifically, and if there's anything that could help with, because if a case manager's coming into this role, they may not have a lot of experience working with opioid use disorder, so we want to be able to make sure that we get that person trained and that there are availability for professional development. And then there's also, and of course, anything the state wants us to do is to be able to support evidence-based practices, so that would be a piece of this as well. And then after we get more of an idea of what additional funding will look like, we're kind of looking at this as part two. So what are some other things that if we get additional funds, that what else could we do moving forward? So once again, it still has to follow that high abatement areas, but then we would, there are residential treatment, not in our county, but if some folks require that level of care, that's nothing that Medi-Cal or Drug Medi-Cal or our block grant, or nothing covers those. And so if people need residential treatment, it's usually they have to find those that are free, which are hard to come by. So we may be able to provide this service for some clients that may need that level of service if there's an abundance of funds when the other lawsuits get settled. And then also looking at, if we're expanding this program, do we need another case manager? Is that something down the road that we might need some more support, or another counselor, depending on what the funding looks like in the future and what the need is? And that's part of the tracking and the data that we have can help support that and making those decisions of what we would need in additional staffing to help support the programs. And then we also talked about if there's a need for transportation to get people to services and get them to treatment, that could be another thing that we could utilize in the future, continued with training. And then also expanding for any medication-assisted treatment that's needed.
Does this money cover all of the administrative time too? Because there's going to be coordination with the hospital to have them accept and work with the case manager?
Yeah, there'll be a piece of that that's built into that budget as well.
So we budgeted 2 of our admin staff at least a day a week to work on SUD, including this portion. And that's new for this year.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so this applies to all opioids, including like fentanyl, which is not really probably the original root cause of the epidemic, and because that was mainly OxyContin. So it applies to that as well.
Yeah, it just says opioid use, so
okay.
Anything that's considered an opioid, yeah,
right.
That it would all fall under that umbrella. Yes. And so in conclusion, it's really not clear how much money we will get, but we know that it's something that is going to be sustainable for several years, so that'll give us plenty of time to ensure that we have a sustainability plan when the funds are to run out after 9 years and then 18 years, and who knows what the pending lawsuit will look like. But We hope that this will help give us the opportunity to expand our substance use disorder program to be able to reach those with opioid use disorders and co-occurring disorders. Have any questions for us? Do you guys have anything else you want to say?
One of the other things we're hoping that this case manager could do is also be part of the mobile team, which is, the requirements are being expanded, that we have mobile outreach 24/7 at some point. And one of them has to be trained on substance use disorders. So this will also help fund that education and hopefully some of that staffing.
Supervisors, you have any questions?
No, just maybe one statement. I think it looks like getting a whole lot of money over the next number of years. And I think the opioids has been a pretty big problem. Not so sure how much the help will help. I think it can't hurt. But I've known people I went to school with that I think ultimately probably died from opioid addiction. So it's something that's in our community.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody from the public like to speak? Anybody from Zoom?
Not at this time.
I would say they really, the doctors or medical facilities really limit the amount of opioids you can get now. My daughter was in an accident recently, not her fault, but they gave her eight pills, and she was in a lot of pain. She said, they only gave me 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they now have the cures database where doctors have to enter stuff in, and so if there's, people are quote-unquote doctor shopping, then it flags that, and so there's a lot more oversight and restriction.
Yeah, I found it interesting that my wife had a hip surgery, hip replaced, and they gave her their painkillers, but they also gave her Narcan along the same type of, just as I mean, it was just a few pills, but they give her the Narcan with it too, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So now I have Narcan at the house.
Yeah.
Do we have good metrics for judging or, qualifying the progress being made, when we spend this funding? Do we have is it just gonna be number of people treated? What are the outcomes, or, is there some measure?
Yeah, the reporting requirements have not been issued yet.
I
The state has come out with, on top of this, how many days are people in treatment? Did they stay in treatment? There's already metrics starting.
Mm-hmm.
What's gonna be required for this, we don't even know yet. But the first one's due in September, so
Okay.
good luck to us.
I mean, is it, are we gonna be able to get them off and
Yeah.
be productive members of society, at least without, abusing opioids?
And I think there's different things too that we can, as we start getting into it more, that we can track.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it, when the state's requiring you to use an evidence-based practice, usually those have they're outcome-based. So if somebody successfully completes a program, and then I think looking at how many then are either seen in the emergency department again or return to treatment, so you can see what that level of success is or is not.
Okay.
Thank you. So right now, you're asking for approval of plan. So is this direction to staff to go with what they're,
I make a motion to approve the plan as set forth.
okay. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 4D, discussion of possible action regarding,
Mr. Chairman, we should probably take a break. I don't think we're going to be able to cover the Public Works item.
okay.
Right. Okay.
We got a public hearing too.
So we'll take a break till 10:30, and we'll go on to public hearing, planning department. 12-1 to amend County Chapter 19.77 to establish overlay zones, required overflight notice for land division accessory dwellings within 2 miles of the Eagle Nest Airport, and to minimize flight obstructions and limits places of assembly within 1 mile of the Eagle's Nest Airport.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Morning.
Chuck Beatty with the Planning Department. So this item was originally submitted to the board's Land Use Committee back in August, and they forwarded that back to the full board, and you adopted a resolution of intent directing staff and the Planning Commission to move forward with what at the time was a broader project as far as its scope. What was originally considered was 3 separate overflight zones, each being a mile, 1 mile, 2 mile, and 3 miles from the airport, that would have limited development densities to 40 acres per parcel for newly created parcels, even though the general plan density in most of that area is already at 40 acres, but it would have established a separate layer, if you will, at that 40-acre density. Would have eliminated places of assembly of 50 persons or more within 2 miles of the airport. And then there were height restrictions for any obstruction over 100 feet would have required FAA lighting within 2 miles of the airport, and a carve out of an area between Carbondale Road west towards the county line, south of the airport, that would have capped heights at 35 feet. The project that was reviewed by the Planning Commission and ultimately recommended to the Board of Supervisors at their last meeting eliminated the 3 mile area altogether. Within the 2 mile area, any land divisions or accessory dwelling units would require a recorded notice of airport vicinity and not an navigation easement. And then within 1 mile of the airport, there's still the prohibition of places of assembly of 50 persons or more. There is still the requirement that structures over 100 feet have FAA spec lighting, and that carve out between Carbondale Road west of the county line would still be restricted to structures no higher than 35 feet. That's the recommendation from the Planning Commission at their last meeting. The Commission's recommendation at that time, I assume still is, that you adopt what they recommended, and along with the findings and conditions that are included in your staff report.
Okay, board.
Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
I spoke to you yesterday, Chuck, about this, that the 2 mile overlay, does it capture the Irish Hill area? Did you have time to check on that? You said yesterday it was close, but you weren't sure if all of it was captured.
Irish Hill Road at the outset would be about 2 miles from the airport.
Okay.
So if they're outside the 1 mile, the only thing that's going to occur is if there's some kind of sale or splitting of land or building of a residence, they'll get a notice saying there's an airport close by.
It would require a land division or an accessory dwelling, and it would not apply to sales.
It would not
or
apply to
transfers.
sales.
No.
Okay, all right. So that's it. Just for your information, there's an airport there.
Yes.
And right now, that airport already exists and still there, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Another question is, somebody's made a comment that this may take away potential easements on properties. I'm assuming Williamson Act, and maybe other conservation easements. Is that true?
It couldn't affect a Williamson Act contract. That's a contract.
An existing one, but would it affect any future contracts?
It would not affect someone's ability to enroll into a new contract, no.
And are there any other types of land easements?
There are other types of conservation easements. But the notice of the airport in the vicinity wouldn't affect those.
Okay, thank you.
I did talk to, on that subject, I did talk to Ellie Rout with the Motherlode Land Trust, and she didn't believe it would affect, them buying a conservation easement or acquiring a conservation easement being there. She didn't seem to have a problem with it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was, but just for the record, and it's in the record.
Somebody, a person had brought that up, and I thought, well, I didn't know, so I thought I'd check into it. Now, maybe, I think the lady is here today, I think it was Kathy Jock that had that concern, and maybe she has some more information that she could share with us at some point.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have one. As far as the 35-foot height limit, isn't that a general regulation throughout the entire county?
That's with the exception of properties that are in the Williamson Act, there's a 40-foot height limit, but generally, yes, every residential property in the county has a 35 or 40-foot height limit.
How,
Go beyond that would require a use permit.
how tall are barns? Aren't they on that scale?
Depends on the construction, and we have permitted them with a use permit higher than 40 feet.
So if someone was building a barn, would that, or some kind of agricultural structure, would they be precluded from doing that?
No, only in the industrial area, the mining area that's immediately south of the airport between the county line and Carbondale Road.
But that's already,
That's already mineral resource zone.
okay,
But no, it wouldn't preclude
okay.
someone getting a use permit. And it wouldn't require the FAA lighting unless it was 100 feet. That's only going to
And
apply to
part of
the
that
cell tower.
requirement is fire, because we don't have, as a county, a ladder truck to get up on top of the height, so we have a little bit of a height restriction in that aspect.
And if I recall, those use permits that are for height restrictions require additional setback from the property line to accommodate that.
Okay.
I've got also one question for county council. It is a zoning ordinance, so if the board votes to put it in place, it can be put in place, correct?
Yes.
Could a board also vote to take it out
Yes.
in the future at some point?
Yes.
Okay.
Same process.
And Chuck, just for clarity, I asked you this yesterday. I got a lot of concern about having to get it registered on their deed. They wouldn't need to do that to their existing deed, only if there was a sale.
Only if there's a land division or an accessory dwelling unit. So it wouldn't apply to the first dwelling unit, and it would not apply to a sale or a transfer.
Okay.
It wouldn't change their deed itself. It would just be something that would get recorded, that would be tied to, if there was a title search, it would come up that you've been notified that there's an airport in the region. It doesn't change any, you don't have to go back and change any documents.
Okay.
The abrogation notification versus the abrogation easement, the easement would have been a lot more cumbersome, wouldn't it, on the property?
Well, usually what the abrogation easement that the county gets is, it basically says, you're moving into an area with an airport. You cannot complain about the fact that there's planes flying over you. It basically prevents you from claiming that whether it's an airport or anything else, is a nuisance. So, for example, at Westover Field, a lot of the properties that develop in that Martell area, they do a navigation easement. What they say is, we understand there's a county airport there, and it operates at a certain level. To the extent that it stays operating at that certain level, those neighbors can't then say, I don't like these planes flying over, it's a nuisance, I want it to stop. That's sort of what a navigation easement does, which is it's significantly more than just a notice that, oh, by the way, you live by an airport. They're two different things.
Thank you.
So they still have the ability to complain about
They would.
there was excess noise or more activity or,
It doesn't function the same as a navigation easement, although someone would say, well, you knew that there was an airport there. So
Another question is, can, I guess these attachments to deeds, can they be contracted by public airports in other areas and utilized? That came up in a letter to the board, or an email, actually.
Well, if it's only a notification, I mean, it wouldn't,
So there's no way like another airport could somehow or another utilize that airport, the Eagles Nest Airport, or expand it, or, you know, and I guess that gets into a broader question is, would Eagles Nest, could it potentially expand and continue to change and evolve over time?
to answer your second question, yes. I mean, Eagles Nest has a use permit for their current activities, and they could apply
To expand
those.
But they would have to apply for a use permit to do that.
Absolutely.
So if they wanted to land, you know, 747s or Learjets or something like that, and they had to expand the runway, they could potentially apply for that, but there would probably be a lot of opposition at that point.
They do have a Learjet there.
They do? Okay. So their runway is large enough for something like that? Okay.
I watched it land.
Okay.
To answer your first question, another airport, Rancho Murieta, for example, couldn't use that airport notice to keep people from complaining about their airport.
Okay, all right.
Separate things.
Just try to tie up loose ends and things.
There's also a question, Chuck, about it being a private airport rather than a county airport, and that private airports aren't granted these notifications or easements. Is there any truth to that?
I mean, generally, public airports are gonna require it because
Sure, I get that.
that's understandable. It just depends on the location and how much protection or notification or awareness the county or the local jurisdictions wants to put on or make available for a private airport. That's gonna vary across the country.
As far as, other than the 1 acre circle, it wouldn't have any effect on somebody doing a land division?
It wouldn't affect the land division, but it would be required to file the airport vicinity notification.
But it wouldn't change landowners' ability to come in and say, I want to do a lot split?
No, and all of those lot splits are discretionary matters that go before the planning commission anyway, but it wouldn't interfere with somebody's ability to apply.
All good? Okay, open to the public?
Thanks.
Anybody like to come before the board?
Somebody's got to be.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Chairman, board, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Good. Say your name, please.
Oh, Jim Werfel. I'm a resident out there at Eagles Nest. And the Eagles Nest Airport was established and licensed by Amador County, the California State Division of Aeronautics, and entered into the FAA National Airspace System Plan in 1987. We operate the airport with full compliance to our Amador County use permit. The airport is closed to the public because of our concerns for public liability and safety. The Amador County Planning Commission has approved our request for a simple ordinance to maintain the area around the airport and reduce future encroachments on the airfield. The Planning Commission has approved the environmental assessment document. I was wondering if there's any questions I could answer for any of the Board of Supervisors.
Do you know if Sacramento County approved anything like this for Eagles Nest? Navigation easement, maybe Mr. Wardle knows, but I thought he said at one point Sacramento County had approved it, but one of the letters that came in said that Sacramento County denied the request.
Well, I don't know that Sacramento County would do anything now.
Okay. We'll have Mr. Wardle comment on that when he comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Are there any plans to expand beyond what you footprint or the size and scope?
Our basic goal here is just to bring more visibility to the airport that exists, that was already approved. So anybody that's looking to divide property or move into our area are aware that there's an airport.
Okay, and that was all approved back in 1987?
Yeah, we bring that up because there was some opposition as to whether or not it was an airport. So that's why I made the statement for the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom? Oh, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Clark. We're 5 generations in the Ione Valley, cattle producers, hay growers, and we now own a portion of the Seco Ranch, which is approximately 2,000 acres, which lies within the, it's kind of hard to figure the acreage of what we lie in that zone because it's in a circle, but we think it's a little under, right about 2,000 acres that lies within the affected area, the overlay zone.
Affected in overlay 1 or overlay 2 or both?
Overlay 2, we're between 1 and 2. Part of the portion of it is right in 1, like a corner of the property, and the majority of it was, the next portion is in 2. When it was a 3-mile range, pretty much the whole ranch was, but approximately 2,000 acres now with it being a 2-mile radius of the airstrip. I believe we're one of the larger bodies of ground in the area that would be affected as far as a single owner. I had some concerns at first on height, yes. Because for a hay barn, we're in the farming business, so I was concerned about the height of it, and I believe that we're gonna be safe on that aspect. We're in support of maintaining the current kind of development densities in the area as far as parcels and zoning area. We're in support of that. We are in support of the overlay zone, and we continue to just want to continue doing cattle ranching. That's really not farm ground there. It's going to be used for cattle ranching. There's some mining that has been going on for years there, and we want to continue those practices, and I don't see where this interferes in any of our intentions on the property, and we support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the public? Okay. Oh,
I have a few slides. We'll see if they work. There's only 5 or 6, so don't get worried. But since everyone is talking about the accolades of the airport, you know, I have my own accolades to talk about. First, I'm Susan Kohler Anderson, and I'm representing the Tonzi estate and also speaking for the Vira estate. These are old-time cattle ranching families that have been out there, Tonzis, for 7 generations now. But thank you for your time and listening to me. I haven't been up here since the hare scramble races. Maybe some of you remember that. But that was a great victory for keeping the wide open spaces and our peace and quiet out on the ranch lands. On the first slide is just your original circle that showed, you know, Sacramento County and Amador County together. And I just briefly wanted to bring that up and remind you that the original ask was for a lot more than what the proposal is currently when it was going up into the 3-mile. And my concern is, given the history that since 87 up through now, everything that Eagles Nest kind of has wanted, whether it's more parcels or more water or more flights going from 700 up to, I think, 7,000 or at least 5,000. They've always gotten everything that they've wanted. So my concern is what they asked for originally is probably going to come back. You know, if it's not stopped now, next year or the year after, they'll be saying, well, this 1 mile is not enough. You know, we need to move it out to 2 miles or 3 miles, and we need a little more. We need, it's, you know, it's like a football game, but this is like the Hail Mary because it is a private-owned airstrip. And according to, let's see, well, first of all, my next slide was showing some of the other, not that one. Yeah, other private airstrips. I mean, Westover Field is on there and Rancho Murrieta, but there's others. There was Stanley Van Vleck, for one. He's only a couple miles away from Eagle's Nest, and he's never asked local landowners to forfeit any types of property rights or anything. And I think the only reason Eagle's Nest is asking for this is because they do fly planes that are noisier, definitely, you know, and they don't really go anywhere. Sometimes, you know, most people have an airstrip, they get in their plane and they go somewhere or to work and then they come back. These guys kind of just enjoy flying, so they usually fly circles around the cattle land, which is fine with me. I'm not complaining unless they make low passes over my ranch house or cattle or make, you know, a couple hours of circling, which has happened. I've never filed a complaint. I've been a good neighbor. But in fact, the law actually does exist about private airports and what they can ask for. And I can read a section of it to you because I've been researching it. I've spoke to 2 lawyers and I have a third one coming who will represent me at the next meeting. But he's real busy and couldn't be here today. It's the privately owned airports one. Anyway, private-owned airports, the owner can purchase adjacent lands or aviation easements over them, but only if the owners are willing to sell. Private landowners do not have the power of eminent domain and therefore cannot condemn or take the property of other private landowners. So, you know, Mr. Wardell knows this very well, better than I do. That's why he's come to you. And I feel that because he can't take it and doesn't want to buy it, that now the county's going to take it for him. A private airstrip, not public, not Westover Field, not Cameron Sky Park, not Rancho Murrieta, a private owned. If in Williamson Act, I can have an airstrip on my ranch. My driveway is a half a mile long, it's paved. You know, I could have one. Does that mean that the county is supposed to protect me? No, the only reason he wants that is because his planes make more noise and people complain. And if the county is going to make these special amendments and proposals and overlay zones to protect that, I don't think it's right. I think he should be happy with what they have. They've worked really hard for 36 years and developed this airstrip, and they've got some nice homes and planes, and people enjoy what they do. But when they start reaching out into my land, if you want to show.
Well, before you move, can we go back to that? The only question I would have on this is this applies to the easements or eminent domain, and they're not asking for either here. They're asking for a notification.
Okay, and then about the notification, since you brought that up, it still is attached to a property deed. I researched the easements and notifications. There's 3 different types. There's that first one that they asked for, the navigation easement. And then there's this one that is a notice on a deed. But there's a third one that's just a real estate notice. It's not recorded on your deed. And I would much prefer they go to that one, because when I divide my land, like I said, we're 7 generations out there. Right now, one of the 7th generation relatives is building their home on Tonzi land. And that's great. It proves we're not into development because most of our heirs all stay, and there's still cattle there. We've been cattle ranching for 160 years. We are the best bet to keep Eagle's Nest happy because we want a ranch. But when someone reaches out and says, by the way, we want something from your land now, that's the fastest way to, you know, really irritate longtime landowners, cattle ranchers like us.
You're in that 2-mile area, correct? Of the
3 and 2. I keep an eye on the 3 because.
Well, there is no 3 anymore.
I know, but next year, will there be? That's my concern. This one? Yeah, I'll show you what I drew out, the green part being the Tonzi land. And we just, mostly in the 3-mile and some in the 2-mile. And when I deed it, I mean, I have a trust. When I deed to my children, like my mother deeded to me and her father deeded to her and his father deeded to him, when it goes down, now this is going to be attached to it when I split the land between my kids or when it transfers, from what I understand. That's the part I don't like. I want that to go away because we want to keep our right to complain. You know, they have a race team out there. They have, someone said they have a jet. You know, I don't know what the future is going to hold. And the main thing this could stop is our ability to come in and complain and say, hey, Eagle's Nest is making too much noise. And then someone says to my son or daughter, well, yeah, but you knew it was going to. That's why we don't like this.
Ms. Kohler, I don't think it would stop your right to complain.
Well, where is that written down somewhere? Because it would make me happy if I saw it. It's nice that everyone says, oh, we don't think this or we don't think that. But where's the proof? Because I did look up the easements, and this one still that goes with the deed is ugly. There's another one, like I said, that's just called a real estate notice.
Our county council could, it's a notification, which is basically a notice, right?
But it's attached to your property deed.
It will come up in a title search. It's
Right.
not physically attached to your deed. I'm not sure what your, but if someone did a title search, it would come up.
Well, I do.
So it's not attached to the deed.
It's not attached, and even an navigation easement typically doesn't allow for expansion. So even if it were what I think is the more restrictive document, the navigation easement, it only sort of sets a baseline. So if they started any of these increases that you're talking about, that wouldn't apply. And it certainly wouldn't apply to the notice either.
Well, I do have an attorney that's going to look into this for me, so that's why I was hoping you guys would hold your vote till next meeting. I need to be sure of it before I give up my right to complain, because like I said, we've been there a long time. I feel blessed to live out there. There's 1,400 acres in the Irish Hill area. Rosa and Giuseppe, my great-grandparents, came here from Switzerland, and they settled in Mount Echo. Some of you might know where that is, but if you go out Highway 49, you'll see Tonzi Road. It heads down from Sutter Creek towards Ione. You'll get to Mount Echo. The next road up is Payne Road. That was Julia Tonzi Payne. That's my grandfather's sister. And the next ranch road up's the Vira Road. They've told me to speak for them today, another longtime ranching family. They're not happy with it because they see it as an ebbing away of our property rights. It's just kind of starting. And why? Nothing is stopping Eagle's Nest from doing what they want to do. Why, looking into the future, is there this big, oh my God, we got to keep them safe because what if? What if someone complains that their planes are too loud? We're not going anywhere. But someone starts ebbing away at our property rights, it kind of pisses you off and makes you want to sell and get out of California. You know, I never thought I would say something like that, but, you know, it just gives you that feeling that someone's chipping away at something that your ancestors have worked for, you know, the last 160 years. We've been cattle ranching a long time. We were cattle ranching when Eagle's Nest rolled up. We're still cattle ranching. Everyone out there, Irish Hill Road area is all cattle country. There's about 10 or 12 neighbors that have moved in. They're all 40 acres or larger. They're good neighbors. They don't cause us any problems. No one out there complains that I know of about Eagle's Nest flying unless they start doing their circle pattern, which can be irritating. So I just feel like it's ebbing away at our property rights.
Well, I guess it's my understanding one of the main motivations is to prevent the building of, let me make sure, of places of assembly, 50 or more persons, because there is an airport and there could be a crash. And right now, none of the zoning really provides for that to occur. You don't have an entitlement, if I'm correct. Planning
Well, if
director?
that's in the 1 mile, and that's what you guys want to do, and, you know, it's up to the people that live in the 1 mile to fight it, I don't think it's right, because.
Well, you don't have the property right to
You
do
know.
that. You don't have the right to do that at this point, based on your zoning. That's
Right.
my understanding.
I don't.
You'd have to
yeah.
apply for it and get a
Right.
zone change.
I think our planner is going to make some clarification.
I think that's the main motivation, is so a plane doesn't crash into like a church.
Bless you.
So the restriction on places of assembly is only in the 1 mile area, but those would require a use permit right
Anyway,
now, anyway.
yeah, you don't, so there is no property right or entitlement for that, for the properties that are there.
The only exception would be properties that are within the Williamson Act, and those there are only 2 parcels that are in the Williamson Act within the 1 mile area, and they're immediately west of the airport up against the county line. Those would be allowed to have wineries with tasting rooms, and so you could have 50 people in a tasting room. But those are the only 2 parcels that would be allowed to have an assembly of 50 people without a use permit.
Thank you.
Well, like I said, most of mine's in the 3 mile, but there's that little bit in the 2 mile. We'd like to see that go away. Is there a way to exempt agricultural land? You know, I mean, we already have plenty of codes and regulations. Or to go away from this and just go to the real estate notice, which is not recorded with the deed.
Well, our county council said they are not recorded, and all it is a notification. They are
This
not, they don't
is-
go along with the deed.
It is
This
recorded.
notice shall be
It is
deemed
recorded.
If they don't go along with the deed, is what you said.
It comes up in a title search, but it's, you know, the deed is a separate
Right.
document.
Yeah, this thing we don't want in the 2 mile. It's not needed. They should be happy that we're cattle ranchers and not try to take anything from us. Leave us alone.
What you stated was you did not want the notification attached to the deed. And our county council said that is reality. It will not be attached to the deed.
But it will still be recorded.
Yeah, well, I like the one that's just a real estate notice that you don't have to record. It's like, I plan to divide my land between my children. So, to me, this means, and I even had this conversation with Chuck Beatty, this kind of means you're giving up your right to complain. And we don't want to give up our right to complain in the future.
I don't believe it does. You know, I have a question, maybe. It's, could you put something like an ordinance, maybe talking to county council, that says this does not take away your right to complain?
Yeah.
Would that maybe address your issue, Susan?
It might. Yeah. It needs to be generational. You know, and my big question is, since it is private owned, why is the county doing this?
Well, it's like anything that's privately owned, wineries or anything else, we have to have direction of where code enforcement is dealing with items.
And I think along that line, we had that conversation before, Ms. Anderson. You know, I said it's kind of like our ag ordinance. It puts, it's something that's there. It says, hey, ag is important to the county. It lets people know that you may have I can't remember what it is, like smells, noise, dust. It's because, and that's something we did for the ag people, just saying, hey, if you're coming in here, be aware that is there. I think this is pretty similar.
Yeah, I don't think it's like the right to farm, because it's airstrip that could develop into a public airport. Could be like Cameron Sky Park in the future. Those guys are fighting all the time. It's a public air park where people live in homes like Eagle's Nest, but it's also public. You know, look up what their county goes through. Anyway, I appreciate you listening to me, and if there's any more questions, but I will be back next meeting with my attorney's recommendation, if you don't mind, because I'm still not clear on this. And like I said, we've got a long family heritage. We love our land, and we don't want anything to mess with it. So.
Well, I don't know if this will be on the agenda of the next board meeting, so we'll see where it goes.
All right.
And I think what she's asking is have us hold it over basic.
Right. So that'll be answer for one of you gentlemen.
Okay.
Anybody else from the public?
Mr. Chairman, we do have,
Oh,
Go ahead.
Greg, do you have a?
So, going back to your question, you know, it is similar to the right to farm ordinance that we have, that they do record sort of a similar document that is given to buyers, actually. It's sort of a little different than this, but it basically says you don't have the right to complain about existing uses. And so
That doesn't,
this is not, this is still
that
less.
doesn't stop people from complaining.
No, it doesn't. And, but it, you know, that goes further, says, you know, if you move next to an ag operation that has existing uses or things that are common with ag, you don't have the right to complain.
So this is actually, so that's actually more
less,
restrictive.
This is less than that,
So that'd be more restrictive than what's being proposed here.
in my opinion, yes.
So in some ways, you're saying, I guess for lack of a better term, that we've restricted rights of people that move in next to farming operations to protect the farming operation.
Yes, we have.
go ahead.
Well, they do complain. They can complain, but you can't, sometimes you can't do anything. I had this come up in my old district where somebody across the creek from a house put in a pump that caused, and they were running it 18 hours a day. And ultimately, it ran back to the right to farm issue.
Well, there was the whole, you know, this board considered a stocking ordinance, and it was voted down. May have taken two, but that was for a situation where it was an R1A zoned lot, maybe an acre, and there was, you know, it wasn't saying you couldn't raise, I think, chickens, but.
Well, you're talking the amount of animals on a parcel.
Amount of animals, and it didn't pass, okay? So anyhow, you can, you know, something was actually drafted, the board looked into it, and they upheld the right to farm, so anyhow. But they were allowed to complain, and they actually were able to have the board look into doing something about it.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'm Kathy John Andrea Jock, and my grandchildren will be fifth-generation ranchers in the Carbondale area. I also worked on the GPAC committee, General Plan Update, in 2007. Pat remembers. One of the key components of the philosophy of that plan was preserving the open space, that this county is revered for its open space and its beauty. And one of the key industries in this county is tourism. People come here to see the beautiful, and especially this time of year, the green, open space areas. And when we were developing the plans for that, we wanted that key component. Ranchers have been preserving that in Amador County. Ranching was the #1 industry, along with logging, several years ago. So ranchers have helped to preserve that, to make this county what it is. And in my opinion, a large airstrip that has the capability to store F-16s that Mr. Wardell brought up at the last meeting is not preserving an open space. In my opinion, I do not want this airport growing and ruining the culture and the nature and the open space of our county. Mr. Wardell also brought up that the 1 mile zone in proposal, which Mr. Axe talked about, the churches and the places of assembly, there has already been a church and a school there, the Hope Foundation, for 60 years. And I brought this up at the previous commission meeting. What are we gonna do? Tell them to shut it down And Mr. Wardle said, oh, we've already made a private deal with them. I'm curious, how do we make private deals with certain people in those zone areas? My other comment is that when we were talking about recording on our deeds, and county council said, no, it's not recorded on our deeds, but it will show up in a title search. And that's what's termed a cloudy title. So when someone goes to purchase a piece of property and the title company pulls that up, that will show up. A prospective buyer will say, I don't know if I want to deal with an airport. So it does have an effect, even though, as you say, it's not recorded on your deed. I really appreciate you listening to me. I'm a longtime resident. I'm passionate. I'm a passionate cattle person. I hold a USDA appointment with the beef board, with the beef checkoff. I have a small cattle herd myself. My family has a larger herd. So we're here for the long haul. My grandchildren are starting out in the cattle business. And we've been, since 1987 or 89 when the airport came in, we've been peaceful. You know, we get along. So when somebody keeps pushing you and pushing you, it's like poking the bear. And I'm starting to get a little grumpy about it. But thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Let's not do the clapping, please. Both sides. Who's next? Come forward.
Yeah, this fellow. Hi. My name is David Murray. Thank you very much for hearing me today. I'm a volunteer at Sanders Aviation. I just wanted to say just a couple of things. First off, I do appreciate the fact that from time to time the airplanes have a tendency to circle around, and normally that's due to the fact that they are volunteering and doing flyovers for various events within the Amador County. Last year, I believe we did 5 volunteer flyovers. This last weekend, we just did one for the Ione Veterans Walk. We do 4th of July activities for Amador County. We give many public tours when they come in. There's groups of people that come in and look through the airport and see everything. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that the airport is very aware of the fact that they are part of Amador County and have gone out of their way to do things and be able to expose people to these types of airplanes so that everybody in the county can enjoy them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board and county staff, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I would like to respond to some of the things. There's a lot of social media out there that has a lot of inflammatory assumptions and comments that are absolutely incorrect. I'll let it go at that.
Hey, Dave, could you just state your name, please, for the record?
It's Wesley David Wardle. I want to go through and address. First off, for all the cattle ranchers, we want to maintain the open property and open and things as is. There's only one area on Lambert Road, if you're just right.
Dave, go ahead and please speak into the mic.
You can actually see the runway. Okay. Our safety officer is here in attendance. Tom, will you please stand? Tom's phone number is area code 209-245-6808. If you have a noise complaint or circling aircraft, we will talk to the offending pilot and take care of that. We welcome noise complaints. And I got to talk about the big concern about a airport notification. We have it on runway center line at 1.8 miles off the runway is Long Gate Road. People bought property there, moved in from the Bay Area. I'm here, close the gates, Amador County's full, I'm in. There is a U.S. Air Force flyway going down Jackson Highway. I get a noise complaint, the airplane's flying, and we happened to be that day out watching, and we just saw from the runway, you could only see the vertical stabilizer going there. We couldn't see the fuselage or wings because he's very low. It was a U.S. Air Force C-130, and there is a flyway there. We do have flight testing with the FAA for recurrent training, and they it's for air show training, so they will make low passes down the runway. We've advised the pilots to pull up at the end of the airport on either end and be very considerate. There's a sheep ranch owner on the south end of the airport, and it's a no-fly area. My phone number, if you can't get a hold of Tom and have a complaint with an airplane, is area code 209-274-9160. If you can't remember that, go to AirNav, put in Eagles Nest Airport, my phone number's listed there. If you have a complaint, ours is the only HOA in California that has 5 officers: president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, and aviation safety officer. We take aviation safety very seriously, and we carry a $6 million liability policy, and we are inspected by the FAA, California Division of Aeronautics, and our underwriter. So we are very curious. And when you say an airplane circles for 2 hours, the fighters don't carry enough fuel to do that. So I don't know where that's coming from. It's not going to be our guys. We will have a severe discussion with a pilot that is offending local neighbors. We very much respect your property rights and personality. But because of the situation on Longgate Road and realtors not being honest and sellers not being honest of property is why we asked for that airport notification. And finally, if your ranches break up and sell off and your son or daughter moves off to college or takes a job in San Francisco or Denver, and you sell that property to a non-family member, it may be highly unlikely, but that possibility is there. And that person should be told, and when a title search goes through, oh, there's an airport there. Yeah, I like airports, or no, I don't like the airport, whatever. But it's because of the dishonesty of sellers and realtors that we've had a problem.
Okay, Dave, let's go ahead and address the board.
Okay, and I move down. Okay, wide open spaces, we support that. More water, more flights. That I think that we have had one amendment to our use permit to add runway lights, and we looked at the 2,500, I think, original, and I think that we went up and said, you know, looking at this and adding another half section to the airport to the north, we took it up to 7,500 flights per year. That's a maximum. We have maybe 1 or 2 flights a day. During winter, fog, rain, there's no flying. We want more. Like I say, we've had one use permit amendment in about 1995 to add runway lights, and that's been the only change in the airport.
Are the runway lights left on all the time, or only when someone's flying
Runway lights are on a aircraft frequency controller returned to a discrete, unpublished frequency. Click the mic 5 times, it turns the runway lights on for 15 minutes. And they're on a 15-minute timer. We average 1 landing at night per month.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, noise study. And the initial airport certification, just to cover my backside and that of the other initial families, founding families built the airport, we hired Brown Button and Associates. They're FAA certified noise consultants. And the 45 CNEL, which is a community noise equivalent level, weighted for day, evening, and night, is at 45 CNEL on our property boundaries. And about 35 CNEL is quiet ranch land with cows mooing or whatever else. The state law is 65 CNEL. So by the time you get over to the Tonzi Ranch, you're down at ambient noise level. There may be an aircraft flying or whatever occasionally, but it's a weighted average in a 24-hour period.
And on that point, Mr. Wardle, the aircraft flying may be from Eagles Nest or may not be, so that's where the complaint procedure comes in, so your safety officer can guarantee or discern whether it was one of your aircraft or not.
Okay, Mr. Beatty, you're still here, aren't you? When we get a noise complaint from a neighbor, it doesn't even go to you, but we do the research, we issue a findings paper, And I think in all the years since 1987, we've had 2 valid noise complaints. The other noise complaints have been other aircraft, but you get a written report on any noise complaint we get. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So there's a history there of policing ourselves and being responsible to the community. We have no objection to people complaining. In fact, we welcome it because we want to be a good neighbor. And if I got somebody, and occasionally we get a pilot that comes up from Southern California, oh boy, I'm going to go buzz the airport, our airport, and he went a low pass over a cattle ranch right next to us, and one cow or steer or whatever it is. I don't know if it doesn't have a transmission in it, I can't ride it. But anyway, or operate it. But we bought that cow. We wrote a check, says what's the damage to the cow, and that pilot was severely chastised by our group and told clean up his act. So, you know, that's the only instance where we've had any damage, and we fully compensated the rancher for that. The future. We don't know what the future is. We'd like to keep it just the way it is right now, you know, open space and everything else. We recognize the right to people to subdivide their property or have a 160-acre parcel split to go to 440s, have at it. We have no problem. If we get density less than 40 acres per parcel immediately around the airport and in the flight path under downwind, then we're going to have a concern. But other than that, I think we're good. The 2007 general plan, okay, I made a presentation on that, and it was said at that plan that because we're not a public airport, we can't be in the airport land use plan for the county. So it's only for public airports. Open space, yep, we want to preserve it. And Dave can vouch. How many times do you have the antique car clubs go through and look at Sanders Museum on the airport?
I would say last year, I believe we did 5 tours for antique cars and 5 various other tours.
Okay, and you have other civic groups that show up for tours? Do they eat at the restaurants in the county and stay in the hotels in the county?
Dave, we all understand that. We'd like.
Okay, but there's a tourism factor there. We support it. Okay, the Hope Foundation. There's no private deal. When I walked out of the first I think the TAC hearing, the pastor and one of the chief members of that foundation talked to me, and I said, you know, introduced myself. I gave them my phone number, my email. They wanted to contact me. I said, first off, you're grandfathered in because you're there in existence. Second, at that point, you were beyond the 2 mile, and now it's down to 1 mile. Even at the 2 mile, they were outside of it, so they were exempt from anything of no church, no assembly of persons. Now down to 1 mile. There was no private deal. I think that was a very unfair statement and assumption. Title search, I think it's needed to show, for all the reasons I've listed of encroachment on the airport, is that we can't stop it, but at least people are made aware of it. We can't stop noise complaints, but at least it shows up in a title report when they bought the property or split the property or added a second structure. The reason we did that, when you add a second structure, you have another noise receptor out there and another potential complainer. Again, we can't stop it, but at least they're notified at the airport. Any questions?
Can you address the Sacramento County if anything was adopted there?
Yes. I made a presentation with the 3 mile ring to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors in 2000, I'd have to go look at my records, 2007. And the Board of Supervisors with Jimmy Yee at that point in time directed the Planning Department to vote a 5-0 unanimous vote to look at adopting that ordinance. And I went back, and Joe Luch, which was one of the fellows here that opposed the airport, the ordinance initially, but we came to agreements on that, and I'll address that in 1 second. looked at it and he said, I can't find anything. So I went back and I talked with the, Don Natoli retired, but the new county supervisor for that district. And we found that the Amador, the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors enacted an airport protection, an APPA, for Mather Field. And that was done in 2006. And that goes almost all the way to the county line, that any subdivision for houses requires navigation easement. And it's still there today. You can go look it up on the Amador County airports and the airport planning protection area.
You're saying that that's an navigation easement, not a navigation notice?
A navigation easement. And if it's in or around the airport in that area, they have the right to enter the property and cut down trees, poles, fences that are violating FAA airspace standards.
But that's for Mather, correct?
That's Mather, but it goes all the way east, not quite, to, but almost to the county line.
Would it apply to a private airport?
Well, it doesn't apply, it's in favor of the Mather Field Airport, but it's covers, that is so far reaching, it's almost to the county line, just shy.
That it, Dave?
Okay, that's all I have. Any other questions? I thank you for the opportunity to comment. Yes.
I have a quick one. Mr.
President
Wardle, would you said that it was Longgate Road, that there was discrepancies with the realtors not divulging?
Yes.
So do you really need a notice, or would, or a registered, or just a real estate notice? Like
I think the real estate notice, if somebody does a title search, it's not going to show up if it's a real estate notice. So all we're saying, if you want to call it a real estate notice, but I think that when somebody does a title search, and in the future, when land's divided and people sell and move and, you know, get tired of cattle or whatever, they want to do something different. All I'm looking at is in the future, all of us, is that property has a notice to the buyer that would show up in a title search, there's an airport there. And what I told the property owner is get an attorney and sue the realtor and sue the seller. Then I called the Amador County Board of Realty and said, this is going on. And I said, I advised the buyer of the property to seek legal redress against the realtor that sold him the property and didn't disclose it. And the phone was quiet on the other end of the line for about 2 minutes. But anyway, it's unfortunate that things occurred, but I'm looking at trying to be fair to everybody. And then finally, are you folks familiar with general plan? There's a section in there on ag land to preserve ag land, and another one on mineral resource zone. Yeah, so, and then the other thing too is water is very limited out, and we didn't go more and more and more. We put in a 6-inch C900 water main for 7 miles. It cost us $500,000. And we took out a lot of loans with the founding families to pay for that. But that was all done and approved with the Amador Water Agency, and it was a requirement. We drilled 10 wells as deep as 700 feet on the property. And we could, the best we could get is about a gallon a minute, and it wouldn't meet the water. All up and down on the Tonzi Ranch property, there's a lack of water on Carbondale Road. Are you on Carbondale Road?
No, Irish Hill.
Yeah, Irish Hill's further away, but I know all the houses in the immediate area on Carbondale Road have the same problem. And the Clay Pit Road property, some of those parcels are trucking water in because they can't get water. No, that's great.
Dave, as far as that water line that you took, that you paid for, how many more connections are available?
None. The water line was designed to have fire flow of at least 470 gallons a minute, and they figured 2 gallons per minute per connection, and we were allowed 35 connections, and all 35 connections have been committed for since about 1991.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your time.
Anybody else?
Hi, good morning. My name's Curtis Holmes. I'm a Eagles Nest resident, and I just want it to be known that there are operations there that are a bit essential for the county. I've run an aerial mapping company from there for over 20 years, and we do engineering grade maps for development of roads, bridges, dams, power lines, pipelines, just all kinds of things, anything that's infrastructure like that. And now we're doing a bit of maintenance on firefighting aircraft and just things that are a bit essential in the county. And I just wanted to, I just believe that it's, worthy of some protection to make sure there's no problems with our existence in the future. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, how many businesses operate at Eagles Nest for aircraft-related activities?
The largest would be the Sanders aircraft, and then on mine it's just a few employees. They have more there, but there's a lot of tax base being paid on the aircraft as well. We pay property tax on those, and then between the land and the employment, there's a lot going on there that's beneficial to the county in general, and not just our playground.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to, we had some discussion about the farm ordinance and the notice and what happens. I just want to clarify that the notice required by the right to farm ordinance is a real estate disclosure. It's not a recorded document.
Okay, thank you. Come forward.
Hi, my name is Georgiana Prescar, and I'm a resident at Eagles Nest Airport. Proud to be so. We've owned land there about 16 years. We've lived there 6 out of the 16. And one of the things that was talked about today was truth and honesty. I was a real estate agent at one time, and the fact has to be revealed, and it's not being revealed in the way that it should be. And thus, I think truth and honesty, when it comes to this notification, is just paramount. And I think that all of you know that too. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else from the audience? We've got a hand raised on Zoom. Oh, sorry.
My name's Ron Woodhouse. I own 160 acres between Carbondale and Lambert. I'm within the 1 mile zone. I'm not part of the airport. My immediate neighbors and myself are all support this proposal. We see it as a means of protecting the open space. I don't see any restrictions on my land that would make any difference. And the neighbors that we have in the airport are all good people. We enjoy their company, and we'd like to see them exist into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, somebody on Zoom?
Thank you. Ms. Kinderman, please go ahead when ready. You'll need to unmute yourself on your end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not able to start my video, and that's fine. I don't need to be seen. But I am Diane Kinderman. Thank you, Chair and board members. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Abbott and Kinderman. We're based in Sacramento, and I represent the Dufresne Family Trust, who owns about 300 or so acres on the Sacramento border right next to the airport. And before I just have a few things I'd like to mention today, but regarding our support for this ordinance. But I would first like to thank staff for helping us over the last few weeks. We had a few questions, and they were very helpful. They were prompt and very professional, and we appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're welcome. So as indicated, I represent the Dufresne Family Trust, and I'm actually a land use, environmental, and real estate attorney, and that's all that we do. And they came to us because they wanted to try to understand what this ordinance meant. And in reality, many of the concerns, in fact, most of the concerns that are being raised here is because they don't really understand this ordinance. And the reason that we support it is because it is not going to restrict our ability to operate as we currently operate. If there's a concern that needs to be raised about the operation of the airport, this doesn't restrict the Dufresne family's ability to lodge a complaint or pose an inquiry. And we understand that really this ordinance is about a concern about structures that might be too high and that are places of assembly. So there are actually two criteria that are key to this. That's the certain height limitation and then places of assembly. And that's what they're concerned about here. And we certainly appreciate and support this ordinance because we would share that concern as well regarding compatibility of the operation of the airport and a use where the height would be too tall and it would be a place of assembly. And as I said, we support it because we're able to maintain our current property rights, and we can also develop as needed in the future consistent with that ordinance. Unless we were going to develop a place of assembly that exceeded the height limitation, we would have no concern whatsoever. And so my firm wanted to put a letter in the record, a letter of support. And in the letter of support, we talk about how this ordinance is actually consistent with your general plan. And we mention a key policy here, and that it protects existing land uses and public facilities from encroachment by incompatible uses. So it is consistent with your general plan. And it's consistent with your zoning. The county does have the authority to establish regulations to protect airport approaches and operations. And this, they can establish, and as they did here, zones around the airport to reasonably regulate the height of structures and certain prohibited uses, and then notices of the airport in the vicinity. So we feel this is a reasonable regulation, a reasonable exercise of the police power, and is not going to limit our ability to operate as we do currently, or to perhaps change our operations in the future. As someone had mentioned, some people, maybe 20 years down the road, we'd like to do something a little bit differently. We also see the notice provision as benign. In this day and age, most people are going to investigate what is going on in property around them, and there may be one or two people who would be deterred because there's an airport in the vicinity. But when they go look at the airport, they would really see the size of it, and in fact, how benign this, the operation is in comparison to the surrounding properties. So we do not object to the notice provision. We believe that it is benign. And so having said that, we just wanted to once again confirm that the Dufresne family, who's been owned this property for over 100 years, that they do support this ordinance as written. And they do applaud the concern with compatibility with tall structures and places of assembly that could pose a danger to the public. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer those.
Thank you, Diane. Okay, we have nobody else. And nobody else on Zoom?
I have a quick question, if Diane's still on the line, and it might also our planning commissioner, but it looks like commercial operations are permitted. Is there still a height restriction on that? And would it potentially limit a commercial operation, say for example, like a slaughterhouse, because that, there's been discussions of that. I don't know if we could ever make that happen. That's a whole different story, but these are the types of operations that might fit into this area. Any comment?
Would you like me to answer that, or would you prefer your staff to answer that first?
Well, both of you can comment.
Well, my understanding is I don't think a slaughterhouse, and I could be wrong because I'm not an expert on those, even though I'm from Chicago, but I don't know what the height of slaughterhouses might be, but I don't deem those to be places of assembly.
Right.
And so that's the key issue here, protecting members of the public in the event of a crash. So
I guess
so I would say it would not restrict that use, is what would be my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if, it could probably be located out to the 2-mile zone, and there it wouldn't be a problem. But also, a lot of times these operations now are accompanied by some type of biomass facility, so towers that, take the remains and turn them into some kind of biogas. Would that be limited? I mean, there probably would be a height restriction on that, and maybe Chuck is our planning director can answer that.
Within the 1-mile zone, certainly the height, with any area of the county, if it's higher than 35 feet, it's going to require a use permit in order to build it. That's the same with the Buena Vista biomass plant. There's a part of that use permit, there's a height or an alleviation of the height restriction of 35 feet. But if it's an agricultural use, if it was a slaughterhouse and that's a permitted use in any of the ag zones, then it would still be a permitted use. The only thing that would trigger the use permit is if it exceeded the height limitation.
Well, I guess I've just seen pictures. I'm not an expert on it, but sometimes these towers are, they're probably higher than 30 feet.
Then they would
tanks,
require use.
whatever. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm bringing it back to the board.
So are we done with the public hearing part?
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
Well, could I have just a second?
Oh, sure.
As far as talk to Miss Susan Anderson and maybe Kathy Chalk, we talked about possibly holding it over. Or he'd asked about that as far as having an attorney look at it, but I think Dufresne's had an attorney look at it, and I'm reading it. I don't see where there's that many complex questions on it. I don't think the attorney would tell you much more than what we heard from the lady already. So I'm inclined not to hold it over, but I didn't know how hard you're set on that issue, so that's my question to you. Could you address that? I mean, just for the record. Okay, you don't want to, you don't have to. I mean.
Okay.
I'm good.
You good? Okay. Close public hearing. Motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just one comment. We worked, I appreciate, thank you with Mark and Gina, thank you very much. I appreciate your cooperation. We worked very hard with the property owner, 2,000 acres, which is south of the airport on both sides of Carbondale Road, with his legal attorney, and we had a postponed for Gina and their attorney. We postponed for Mr. Luch and his attorney, and for the record on that, we have no objection on the other side of Carbondale Road if he wants to go higher than 100 feet or the 35 feet for a rock crushing plant and dryers and so on. We asked if you go over 100 feet, we put a red light on it, and I think that'd be good for the whole area around the airport, and he agreed to that. He also agreed not to build any structures on the west side of Carbondale Road, which is getting, within the airport area, operating area. And so that was a private agreement, and he supported that, we support him. So we've worked very hard with the neighbors, and we had many meetings in person and emails with Gina and the attorney and came to terms. I would like to close this and wrap it up, and I would ask that, and thank you for not objecting to close the hearing. Thank you, and wind up. I appreciate that. I'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a first from Supervisor Crew. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor of closing public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Back to the board.
Well, some of the things I see is I don't see anybody within the 1 mile radius that is complaining. That's probably where I see probably the most impact is. There's some neighbors don't like it. We've also got a petition with some of the people, like we all got a copy of it, some of the neighbors that didn't like it. but there's been a lot of people that are supporting it. I'd say probably overwhelming support. Eagles Nest has been a good community member and neighbor. I think overall they've worked with people. I'm a private property rights guy. If there's something in here where I felt it was really infringing on private property rights, other than the 1 mile, which nobody's here saying they're against that, I don't see it. If I saw it, I wouldn't vote for it. I'm looking to support this particular ordinance. I think the airport is a good operation down there. It's a good asset for the community. And I think overall they've been good neighbors. I mean, I kind of wish they're closer to me. I mean, I like watching airplanes fly over, but that's probably a personal choice. I get that. That's kind of what I'm looking at. I think ordinance is pretty straightforward. Just saying, hey, there's an airport here, just so you know. And that's, I think a lot of times that might be helpful. Might maybe avert some issues down the road.
Any other supervisor?
Yeah. I mean, any item can be brought back to this board or future boards for changes. That's where the public has to be diligent and watch over what happens. It's not like you're guarding the chicken coop, but anybody is able to come back and make a request at any time. I think Ms. Kinderman covered most of my points. The two big ones are the notice provision. I think what she said about it being benign is very correct. It may preclude someone from buying the property, pretty remote that's going to happen, but if a person wants to live in peace and solitude, complete peace and solitude, that's never going to happen anyway, because frankly, I'm more perturbed by the helicopters flying over my house on a frequent basis than I am by the airplanes. The consistency with the general plan is a big thing, and the ordinance protects the existing land uses. I think it goes to protect cattle and open space more than it hurts it by far. Some of the proposals that are going to happen in the areas surrounding the airport, I don't think are going to fly anyway because of the restrictions on water. But if per se a big project were to come out, this is going to protect open space more than anything else. So for those reasons, I appreciate both sides working together, all sides, and trying to come to a reasonable compromise on this.
Thank you. Under full disclosure, I also wanted to bring up is I am retired Air Force, and I was invited by Dave out to look at the airport. I watched the fly-in. One of the things I did look at and was watching very carefully is there was quite a few aircraft was the sound, and that was one of the things that was incredible to watch and to see out there. But the one thing that I did not hear was what I heard of yesteryear. I was mechanic on a KC-135 with water injection. And with that water injection, you would have about 165 decibel noise coming out of the tailpipe of that aircraft. It would crackle for 3 to 4 miles. You would hear it easily in the city of Vacaville whenever that aircraft picked up. But that was one of the things I heard at the Eagles Nest. It was, radial engines, they do put out a lot of sound, but not incredible to what the old KC-135s did. The whine of a C5 rolling over, they're going from a TF-39 engine to a modern engine, so that noise has gone down quite a bit. But I've always been happy with the agricultural around Travis Air Force Base. Cattle was always, a big thing in watching there, because we knew we set our field on fire every once in a while, and I didn't want it rolling off the base. So that was one thing that was a very nice thing to have cattle out there. They're eating the grass up to our fence line. So that was always a good thing to see. But I did not see anything that preclude anybody from doing ranching or any other services out there. And it was a very wonderful thing to see that airport in a fly-in operation. So I just wanted to put that out there. So now back to the board again to call a motion.
Yeah, one other thing too, also, looking at it, I don't see where there's a impact on a person's availability to do development or even lot splits or build a house. And also the ordinance, it's not a forever type ordinance, which those always concern me. I mean, it's down the road. If they weren't good neighbors, whatever, I mean, people come in and say, hey, we want this ordinance gone. And it's something the board could do. So are you looking for a motion?
Yes, I am.
I'll make the motion to go ahead and approve the ordinance. As far as on the Eagles Nest down there, establishing overlay zone requirements and limiting flight obstructions and place assembly.
Do we have a second?
Including the findings?
Yeah, and there's the findings, what they're one through, was it 8, I think? 1 through 5. Yeah, thank you, Richard.
Second.
Okay. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you very much. That is complete. 5-0. Okay, we are going to go back to, had a computer problem, now I got a paper problem.
4D.
I know it isn't. It really isn't. 4D, discussion of possible action regarding review of the budget Unit 3000 Public Works.
Give them a minute to clear the room.
Come on up, Bridge. Would you mind taking your conversations outside, please? Dave, I'll remember this the next planning commissioners meeting. Go ahead.
Sure.
Folks, can you please step outside? We have to keep this meeting running. Thank you.
Somebody's getting hungry.
We need our Snickers bar.
There's no notice.
Go ahead, Rich.
Rich Phelan, Public Works Director. In your package, you have the proposed budget for fiscal year 23-24. From a personnel standpoint, we have no changes in personnel. There is one person that's advancing in a step, but actually it's in a classification only. But there's no proposed additions or deletions from a personnel standpoint. There's a lot of different lines in this budget. Not to gloss over it, but there's not a lot of changes from previous years as far as what we're doing and what we're asking for and the support for the various items that we take care of. In other words, I don't have any surprises hidden in here. I do have a presentation that, and maybe what I should do is ask for questions beforehand, but the purpose of my presentation is to kind of give a general overview of what constitutes the Public Works budget from an expenditure as well as revenue standpoint. And it's to kind of paint the picture of, you know, the money that's required to run the department, what it's used for, and then to go into a little bit of a discussion with regards to road condition, which is, you know, a factor of a lot of our constituents and probably yourselves as well. And so how we want to move forward, with the discussion, if you have any questions on the actual budget itself.
Let's run down the budget, and then we can pick it up with the PowerPoint.
Okay. I don't know if you have anything in particular you have questions on.
This year, with the PG&E money that we put into there, and that's going into the Shenandoah Valley Road?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we've put in $100,000 out of our general fund extra over and above, and what's that gonna be working on?
As I understand, that's for helping us with our ditching on the county roads.
Okay. So try to get a few more
Yes.
miles of road, because you already have ditching, set up in your SB1.
Right.
And so you'll be able to do a few more miles of roads.
Right. I believe the idea there, this is primarily championed from Supervisor Neto, though, is maybe to get some contract services to help us with that program.
Okay. So we're looking at it possibly outside services.
Yeah.
To assist us, because our staff can't handle very much more.
Yeah, I mean, our guys are busy. I mean, it's, they're spread pretty thin with various things that are going on, and I know, we haven't been keeping up very well with the ditching, and obviously, like, when we have events, when we have events like we had in this past winter, you sort of see the results of that, but, I will quantify that in saying that what we had this past winter is not normal. So even if we were up to snuff 100% of what we're doing as far as our drainage, maintenance of our drainage facilities and such, we would have had issues. There was just too much water too soon.
One thing to bear in mind is that we only have 2 crews. We are down to only 2 crews of Public Works employees out on the roads at any time. So an emergency pops up and they have to fix a culvert or fix whatever else, and we're down to half staff, basically.
So what is a crew?
How many people are on a crew?
How many in a crew?
Either 6 to 7.
Okay.
If it's 7, when we recruit the mechanic to go out on the crew.
And also during the COVID debacle, I mean, we had a lot of people out for multiple reasons, whether it's taking care of children, which is part of the law. So I think our roads suffered even more. But
sure, and the thing too, whether it's a road crew, whoever, if you have 6 people, well, they get vacation, they have leave time. Many of them, like right now, it's very rare for me to have a full crew right now because they've worked a lot of overtime during those storms, and so they have comp time on the books that they're starting to take. And even though, we do have the ability to kind of not control, but, the employees are supposed to, request the
Right.
ability to take their time so we don't have everyone off at once.
a lot of times on a crew, you may have 5 or 6 people on
Yeah,
occasion.
it's actually kind of rare when we have a full crew.
And part of the problem I see there is, when you have, years ago, it was a lot less legalistic when they worked on roads. They might go out on some of these gravel roads and they'd put up a sign, hey, road work ahead, and they'd go to work. Nowadays, the way people are driving and all the legal requirements, you're having a lot more people out there with holding a paddle, stop, slow. That means rather you got 2 less people working on that road.
Right, and that's what I wanted to bring up in public is that, you actually only have 4 people working and 2 people, making sure traffic is safe.
I mean, it's part of, on our prior agenda item, UCCE, I mean, it's like, I think we need to find more money for our roads, but we have other polls that are pulling at us. Whether it's a closed session item we had, which was talking about, something needs more money for staff. But we need probably need another road crew, quite honestly. Where it would come from, God, I don't know. But do we need it? Yeah, we do.
Rich, on the proposed project list for 23, 24, I know I was fully supportive of Shenandoah Road. That's a lot of money. but it needs to be done. But really, the only projects I see for District 2 on there might be some seal coating or road striping. Other than that, there's nothing there for District 2 except for the District 2 that was formerly known as the District 2. There's one in Carbondale and maybe Stony Creek Road. So frankly, I have a little problem with that it's not being, we're putting a bulk of the money in Shenandoah, but even the dig-outs ongoing, various locations, east side of county, that's not helping District 2.
That's understood.
Now, are you going to get money back, you believe, from FEMA or Cal OES reimbursement money?
I believe so. There were 2 storm events that occurred, and the bulk of the work, and that's another agenda item that we'll talk about, the majority of our efforts were with that first storm event, and we're in the process now of inputting the information into their portal so they can consider and either, approve or deny the expenditures that
we should get a considerable chunk of money
I
back.
believe so.
So I'd like you to
I don't
look
want to guarantee everything because you never know. The decision makers say, well, this project is not quite right or whatever, but I anticipate the majority of our efforts there will be reimbursed.
Yeah, I'd like you to look at some requests. I specifically have noted with you about Martin Lane, that it's falling apart. So that one is at the top of my priority list. The other that formerly my district, Willow Creek Road, I still keep an eye on it, but it's having some issues too.
Yeah, we had a project in Willow Creek a year or 2 ago, and we did Comanche last year.
Right.
And Buena Vista. So we don't have anything planned this year for your district, but we did work in the past.
If you get a chunk of money back, though, keep your eye on Martin Lane to possibly do some significant improvement on the parts that are really falling apart.
Yes, I was out there late last week, and we had to do some potholing there, and we took care of that. But there are some soft spots out there that we need to do dig outs to shore up those spots. There's several soft spots along that road.
There's a lot of soft spots.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Richard, on the slope embankment repair on Sutter Volcano Road, is that hill going up? Where the road narrows down to like a 1-lane road almost?
Yeah, it's in that section there.
That section.
There was, that is, when we had a storm event, I think it was back in 2019. And so we got money secured from FEMA to repair that slope that's failing there, as well as one on Pioneer Volcano Road.
Okay. And then I also requested a speed study for Old Highway 49 from Sutter Creek to Amador City. Is that in here somewhere, or?
Yeah, that'll be part of, there's a section there that we have for outside services.
Okay.
And
all right, so that's on the list?
That'll be on the list.
Thank you.
There's some areas, speaking of speed, there are some speed limits that we need to renew the speed study so that they can be continued to be enforced with radar by.
I guess they're having a lot of problems. They get a lot of people, probably mainly tourists, that just kind of drive right through the city. And it's really busy on the weekends, a lot of tourism. So, they need to slow that down. So anything that we can do will certainly help. I don't know if it's going to solve the problem, but, certainly it's worth a try.
Sure. We'll do a survey out there. Unfortunately, we inherited that the state highway there, and so it's nice and wide and fairly straight. So it's conducive.
And it's downhill.
Yes, it's conducive for speeding.
One thing about that highway, I think you're talking about Old Highway 49.
Yes.
I think I talked to one of the road crew, maybe you, they were on it, but something we should look at is cutting a lot of those bull pine trees along that road where they're small, because they will get really big and then they'll all fall over and be a heck of a job. When they're small, it's a pretty simple job.
Yep.
Supervisor Crew?
Rich, on your project-specific almost 8.5 million on this pie chart, I see you, Shenandoah Road, that's 3.2. And then you have Pine Grove, the State Road 88 project for next year's expenditures. Do you know what that number is we're expected to put up out there?
The 88 corridor improvements are estimated to be about $8.3 million.
Our share?
Well, that's the costs of the project. Almost all of that is, funding's been secured through different RSTP funds and stuff that the ACTC has patchworked together over the last 10 years. And it basically, like a quilt more than anything else to fund that project. So the funding for that is, as I understand it, is in place. Now, as long as this project, we haven't gotten to the point where we're authorized for construction yet. And as more time goes on, some of these funds that have been secured they run out, their time limit runs out, and we either have to ask for extension, or they might.
I realize.
Yes, it's use it or lose it kind of thing. So we're starting to get to that point with this project, as far as, being able to move forward. We've had some challenges, I guess the best way to put it, with getting Caltrans to move forward and push this thing forward to authorize for construction, because we've done everything that's been asked for up to this point. But there's,
And the cost keeps going up.
well, just, yeah, sure. It's like with anything else.
Doesn't bother Caltrans, but it bothers me.
Yeah, but is Caltrans gonna make up that cost escalation?
It all depends. I mean, we have an estimate for the cost. You don't, until you put the project out to bid, you don't really know, what numbers you'll get. It's hard for me to answer that question.
'Cause I thought we were supposed to start this year, and now Caltrans is still,
Yeah.
we're waiting on them.
Exactly. We're waiting for them to provide that authorization to go forward into construction stage.
Well, they're generating billable hours, so why wouldn't they continue delaying us and charging against our project
Like they have.
like they have? They're gonna hit us with the $650,000 bill.
Yeah.
For a project
it's-
review.
Can't we just refuse that part?
No, they've done it at our request.
What do you mean they've done it at our request?
In order for us to get a permit, they have to review and approve our plans. So they've done that, and now they're gonna make us pay for it. They haven't approved it yet, but they're still gonna make us pay for what they've done already. That's why we're inclined to go, here, it's your project.
Your baby, and have fun.
Here's our 8.3 million.
Then why did we take this project on to begin with?
That's a good
There's a
question.
good question.
That's a multi-million dollar question. One other
Was it
thing,
their idea?
No, it was not my idea.
No, was it their idea?
Oh, no, it
Meaning
was not.
Caltrans.
It was not their idea either.
I see.
Rich, in rebuff to Supervisor Forrester, how many miles of road have been replaced beyond Pine Grove since you've been here?
Bob, I've been here about 3 years. and-
Understand?
Yes, and we haven't done any roads up in that area.
Thank you.
well, not to beat up on Richard, but I gotta say something that's here. And not dismiss his concern with Martin Lane. I think it's got some problems, but I know I had a number of people would say, hey, why is all the road work getting done down in the Ione area? And part of what the answer was, which I think was a true answer, was, you had the casino went in down there, and there was some money, the community fund that was available, some other funds that came available, and we said, hey, the impact is happening down there, and we put probably a lot of road work towards that area. And there's some other work that was done that was in Richard's district, no longer in his district, Willow Creek Road, a portion of that was paid, but, and I understand, I don't blame Richard. I mean, he's trying to get something done in Martin Lane, and there's issues there, but I think it's a problem for the whole county and the board members, we need more road money, but there was a fair bit of work done down in his district, at least what used to be some of his district now, and
Well, I will say that
Thank you.
the money that came from the tribe was applied to the roads that were near the casino where the impacts would be felt.
Yeah, and I think Supervisor Brown had a good point, you know, how much has been done up country, and, I mean, we had the Shake Ridge Road project, which was kind of, I don't even want to talk about that, but that's
Don't
some,
bring that up.
that's some very adverse ground up there, I mean, the whole area is, but, yeah, it's a problem on roads, but I think overall the board tries to, I think we try to do what is best in the interest of the whole county. Not saying we can't represent our districts and that we don't, but I mean, we try to make it work.
Well, that's why we supported the Shenandoah Road project so heavily.
Yep.
I understand that.
So now we've fought back and forth. Let's let you continue on. Why don't you flip over to your PowerPoint presentation?
Okay, and then I just want to comment
Sure.
one thing on what Supervisor Forster was talking about. The roads down.
You're taking his side?
Well,
I'm kidding.
the roads down on the west side of the county, there's a lot of poor clay soils down there, and the roads were built on the clay without any base, which is pretty much, most of the roads in the county were built that way. But when we get these, like when we had these wet conditions this last winter, those roads really suffered down there. Like Carbondale Road, Irish Hill Road, Lambert Road, they really took a beating.
What you're saying is really true. I went to a wedding over the weekend over John Plaza's ranch. His son got married, and there's one spot there I thought I might have put four-wheel drive because it was a clay, and you can see it mounded up and just blew apart.
Yeah, so, you know, like last year, we did that section on Buena Vista, and that was an area where there was a lot of saturation in the soil, and the road was really horrible there, that half-mile stretch that we did. And so that area is kind of susceptible to that because of the drainage.
Buena Vista section had been falling apart for about 8 to 10 years.
Yeah.
I guess that's how long it takes for the request sometimes. So I hope Martin Lane can move up once we get past this year.
Sure.
Well, you know, I mean, something else too, I think we've touched on it a little bit here, but just to go out even further on that limb is, you know, you got the Pine Grove project up there, which Caltrans is charges more and more money. And looking at what happened to our roads this winter, I mean, the question kind of comes in is, hey, okay, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna do the Pine Grove project, continue forward and being bled by Caltrans even more? Or maybe saying, hey, give that to them and take money that would be used there and put it in roads other places? I mean, that's a question we probably need to look at some point.
You're right, we're not abandoning it, but we made it from shovel-ready to bid-ready. With their cost overruns, they can have it. Because I don't think it's gonna get on this year's bid project anyway. It's almost June. Most road work happens between July and October, right, Richard?
Right, I mean, if we were given the ability to proceed, we could bid it out, but the vast majority of the work would be done in 2024.
If we use asphalt, where do we get our asphalt from?
George Reed has one, what, Clements, is it, or Lodi?
Yeah, George Reed is in Clements, and we have Tykert and Granite both have plants down in the Sacramento area.
I think most of it comes from Sacramento because George Reed is cost prohibitive. So a lot more money is what I'm told by staff.
Okay, let's go on to your presentation here.
Okay, so just a few definitions, because I got these acronyms that pop up here and there. The HUDA is Highway User Tax Account, or basically your gas tax. That's what most people would have referred to it as. The RMRA Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account. That's the Senate Bill 1 or SB 1 that we get funds on an annual basis from the state. The RSTP's Regional Surface Transportation Program. That originates from a federal gas tax dollars. And so the federal government administers that, or they dole it out and is administered at the state level by Caltrans. And on a more local level, it gets, they hand it down to the regional transportation agencies to dole out at our level. So ACTC is involved in doling out those dollars. And those get doled out by ACTC between the county and the cities here in Amador County. They have a formula based off of population and road mileage that they use to distribute those funds. And the BV Community Fund, we mentioned a little bit here already, but it's the Buena Vista Casino Community Fund. Their funds to mitigate traffic and road impacts due to their development, the casino development.
It's not actually the community fund anymore.
Okay.
They're giving us $125,000 each year indexed by a 2% inflation factor, but we are getting that every year, but it's not the community fund.
Right, yeah, this is something sort of the same source, but you're right, it's a.
Correct, it's a different.
I don't even know what this one's called, I know
Maybe it would be like a road impact fund, basically.
Yeah.
I just call it the transportation contribution.
Yeah. So, for this fiscal year, we have like $18 million of expenditures. And that seems like it is a large amount of money. I'm just I tried to break out where those dollars go to in some general pieces of pie, literally. We got our salaries and benefits, supplies and services, which is basically operating expenses.
You know what you might want to do is kind of say what they are, because people can't really tell what amount goes where. Just roughly, like two point so many million towards.
Okay, sure, okay. So the salaries and benefits is the 2.8 million, about 16% of the total. Our supplies and services, which is the red slice, 1.4, and that's basically operating expenses. That's what we need to keep the place running, whether we're paying the light bill, buying tires for the equipment, and whatever. That's what keeps things running. The next two, the green one, 1.7, is SB1 items from prior years. That's kind of a lag on the spending of previous year's SB1, and one reason for that is we get that on a monthly basis. So if we have a project and we say we have a $500,000 project, but we only get 100 and some odd thousand a month from SB1, you got to have some money sort of in the bank in order to do that project. So that's why that's kind of in arrears. The 2.3 is the projected revenue from that we will incur for this coming fiscal year. But again, that's not a lump sum that we get on July 1st. We get 1/12 of that roughly every month. The project specific, which is the big slice of the pie, is almost half of it. I call it project specific. I didn't know what else to call it. It is projects that have funds that are dedicated for those projects only. For example, the Shenandoah Road, the county decided to focus those PG&E Rule 20 proceeds towards that project. The State Route Pine Grove project, those funds are dedicated for that. We have some bridge projects that are in the works that have federal dollars associated to them. That's all we can use those for, is I can't take those dollars and go fix Fiddletown Road, for example, or Martin Lane.
Yeah, those bridge projects, a lot of times they're a lot of money, but they're dedicated to bridges from the federal government, and that's, some of the projects are, outrageously expensive to me, but it's a system that's set up, and they'll pay the bills, and we can fix a bridge, and
offline bridge replacement program, that's what that is. And it's Fed money to replace bridges that aren't on the Fed system. The important thing to note about that 46% is that this year it's huge, and next year it could be almost non-existent. It is non-recurring and project-specific.
Right, I mean, as projects go to construction and such, that stuff will disappear unless we get new projects that may have similar type of funding to replace them as a placeholder.
Got it.
So,
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We don't normally have $18 million to be spending on. I mean, if we had that, if we had it every year, we'd probably be looking really good. I mean, wonderful, but that's not the case.
right, and we'll kind of get into that a little bit down the road here.
Okay.
There's the outside services, this was mentioned, like we use for traffic engineering for speed studies. If we have some surveying we need to have done, sometimes we gotta locate some property corners to establish where our right-of-way is and such. This particular year, that number's a little bit larger because we have some funding that we're using, that we got from ACTC, and we're using it for bridge inspection training as well as the inspection itself. So that number will decrease as we go on. That's one of those things where you got it ahead of time, and as the years go on, it'll bleed out.
And the majority of that, salaries and benefits, the majority of that would be the road crew, wouldn't it? Probably like, what, maybe 80% of that?
Yes, well, I mean, we have got about 20 employees in Public Works Department, and I would say 3/4 of those you can associate directly with the road crew.
Yeah.
Whether it's them themselves or their supervision. The other piece of the pie, the $910,000 is community fund dollars and FEMA projects. So I want to mention the FEMA projects. We talked about the slope repair and such. Those dollars are there to do that work.
Have we actually received their money to do those?
Those would be to be reimbursed.
Okay.
Yeah, the FEMA doesn't forward you the money. They will reimburse it for you, though, after mounds of paperwork.
Hopefully.
I had some people who had storm damage this last year, and they received their checks. They don't know what to do with $2,500 to fix their road, but they've got the check.
So if we can go to the next, if there's any other questions, we can go to the revenue.
Go ahead.
Revenue side of the picture. Again, we balance, that's what we do on an annual basis, so the revenues match the expenditures. 18 million for this year, 12% of that, the 2.2 from the gas tax. The 822, which is an error, I apologize for that, because you guys added 100,000 from the general fund. But typically, you can see in scale where that is. There's the community, well, it's not community fund, it's from the casino proceeds, the mitigation dollars. That's an accumulation of 3 years' worth. So that's kind of carries forward. The next one, the purple ones, nope, there we go. The SB1 revenue, the projected revenues we're going to get from that program, the 2.36 million, about 13% of our revenue. I'll skip the large one because we'll come back to it. The 1% is miscellaneous. We got various fees and permits. We get some dollars from the logging industry and such. And then what we have is a carryover, which is 1.6 million. And a lot of that has to do with either the timing of invoices around the end of the fiscal year. Some things happen before June 30th, some happen afterwards. and, or some things that carry from, you know, there are longer-term dollars that were in front and we haven't finished spending them yet. We need to go back one, please. Yeah, no, there we go. And I want to address again, the big piece of the pie, the 58%, $10 million. Again, that's the project specific. Those are the funds that we're receiving, but go to those specific projects that we talked about, the bridge projects, the Highway 88 project. I put the Shenandoah project in this.
Okay,
well,
let's go ahead and get
so-
moving on here. We've kind of,
And then in our SB1, that's how we allocate. It's a pretty typical SB1 allocation, the 2.3 million. About 25% we put towards actual physical hard road improvements. We've used some 400,000 towards striping, keeping our striping of our roads up. Same amount for culvert replacement. Other pieces of pie include, minor repairs and materials. That's the 363. That's what we use for our patching of the road, maintenance of our gravel roads, things of that nature. Another 350 for doing roadside maintenance, stuff related to the brushing, when we do ditching, shoulder work and such. And then we have a set aside for equipment.
okay. Go on to the next slide.
So we talked about how this was such a big year for the budget. This is what's kind of normal. You know, if you take away the big projects, this is what we look at.
Now, how much does it cost per mile on a road to replace it? What is our average that you've been seeing?
If we do a full reconstruction, it would take anywhere, you know, from, I would say, $750,000 per mile, roughly,
And
depending
just
on.
a simple overlay?
Simple overlay, maybe $200,000 or $300,000 per mile.
So it's almost worth it to push for the complete reconstruction then?
Well, it depends on the
If you have a clay base or you having a
I mean,
baseline, yeah.
If you have poor base and you put an asphalt overlay on it, you're gonna, you know, instead of getting 20 years of life, you only get 10 years of life out of it. So it's not really good use of the dollars. I mean, you can do it, it'll look good for the short term.
Right.
You know, something else of interest, just as a side note, talking about asphalt. I was talking to a guy the other day, and he's been in construction, asphalt, basically his whole life. And he was talking about they used to use more of a bigger type rock with oil, and you probably have maybe not quite the density. But he said you got a lot longer longevity, and now they're going more to a smaller rock with more fines, and you get a nicer ride. But he says you don't get the life out of it. It's something we should probably look at, the county. Just saying, 'cause we're looking, the ride is fine, it's all great and all that, but what we're looking for is longevity.
Sure, like, for example, on our Shenandoah project, what we'll do is we'll have 2 lifts of asphalt, and the lower lift will have that larger aggregate. We'll give it that strength, but then in all honesty, the top surface will have the smaller aggregate, and it will give you a smoother surface. It'll be a quieter ride for the traveling public.
And that may be okay there, yeah.
Yeah, and such, and it seals up a little bit better. So we use a different gradation for the different levels.
Okay.
Why don't we go ahead and push down to the 2015 pavement management?
Oh, okay. Well, one thing I wanted to show
Okay, go back.
is, which I
Oop,
think
not
is,
that far. There you go.
or, no, you could go back in 1 or 2. I wanted to show the typical expenditures. one
Right.
more.
Yeah, we got it.
So, and again, I think you guys understand this, but sometimes this is more for the public as well. We have $6.7 million between salaries and benefits and the supplies and services, the things that keep the place running, is 2/3 of that amount. So we're not even talking about fixing any roads. So you know, 2/3 of that is gone. So that really the only part where we use to repair roads is from the SB1, that 1/3 of these expenditures.
Right.
Yeah, but also, that's, I guess, it does fund the road crew, and they're repairing roads, but not, I guess, yeah, nothing new.
Right, exactly, not the major improvements,
Yeah, maybe culverts, stuff like that, but no blacktop.
right. So I just wanted to point
Yeah,
that out.
no, I appreciate it.
And then, you know, so, and we saw with the SB1, we were spending about $600,000 or so on the things, whether we're doing a dig out or maybe we do a resurfacing or whatever. You know, and so, you know, issue with the roads, yeah, our roads are in tough shape. You know, there was a report done back in 2015. This thing right here, the pavement management update report was done by, we had a consultant come in and they rated our roads and gave us a plan of how to keep our roads in good shape. It's all based off of a pavement condition index, or PCI. You hear that talked about, a PCI, and it's rated from a grade from 0 to 100. One thing I wanted to show here is when you get a new road, it stays in pretty good shape for a while, and then but when it starts to go, it really goes. So that curve shows the deterioration of the condition of the pavement as time goes on. And unfortunately, many of our roads are in that steep part of that curve.
Right.
And back when they did this report, the average PCI countywide was at a 57, which is in the fair category. And so, you can go to the next slide. And so they gave us some, there was like 9 or 10 funding scenarios, and I wanted to point out 3 of them because they're kind of easy to understand. The first one was if we maintain the pavement condition at that time, we'd have to spend $5 million for the next 20, each year for next 20
Or
years.
just the
to maintain.
contract to put, you know, that's not our people doing that, that's a contracted.
Right, to do road improvements. We'd have to average $5 million for a 20-year period to keep it where it was. If we wanted to increase it to the good condition, PCI 70, we'd have to average $6.5 million for 20 years. Well, we're nowhere near that.
Right.
You guys know that as well as anyone else. I mean, there was a scenario which was interesting. They did a funding level at $600,000 per year, and the PCI would drop from 57 when the report was done to down to 17 in 20 years. And it estimated the PCI in 2022 to be 38. Well, we're kind of following that algorithm because it was actually 39. And that's about what we're spending per year to put asphalt or asphalt and repairs, major repairs on the roads is $600,000. So we're following that scenario. So you can see, you know, I hear the complaints, you hear the complaints of our roads are in tough shape. Well, it's because to keep them where they should be, we should be spending 10 times as much on road improvements than what we can afford. The last one. So, all right, well, where do you get the money? Well, yeah, there's grants out there, and we're currently looking to apply for some grants to help us with that. The thing with grants, there's a lot of strings attached to them. There's not a lot of grants out there that say, we're going to give you money to pave your roads. End of story. It's not out there. There are a lot of caveats to that, like, for example, there's a Safe Roads for All grant, and that's there to improve roadway safety, to reduce the number of injuries and deaths on your road system. So that's doing like intersection improvements, maybe guardrails, shoulders, you know, you're making improvements to the road physically rather than just repaving the road. So those things are out there. You know, there's a transportation user fee. I've seen that where it's a fee that's applied to each resident, each property in the county based on its land use. So a residential unit may generate so much traffic per year, you know, so many trips, and it's based off ITE traffic generation models and such. Some communities, and I don't know if they've done it here, I know up in Oregon, they've used that, they implemented that. And so they get a bill, it's a part of their utility bill. It's a component, like they pay for water, they pay for garbage, they pay it for a transportation user fee.
What's the next ones?
You know, a sales tax component, I know that's been talked about here in the past, where you have a component of your sales tax dedicated for transportation improvements.
What's a wheel tax?
Wheel tax is or it's commonly called a wheel tax. It's a fee where it's added on to your vehicle registration. And the county could initiate it, say we want to put a $25 fee on your vehicle registration. That $25, you pay it when you pay for your vehicle registration, but that money comes back to the county, and then you would dedicate it for road improvements. You could increase the general fund contribution. I mean, that's one part that this group has control over, but there's a lot of needs and wants for the general fund dollars. You know, I heard the person here with the UC Extension is very passionate about their program. And, you know, I'm not saying that's good or bad, but, you know, there's a lot of strings pulling for your dollars. So I understand that. And there's only so much you can do. I mean, if we're looking, if you're putting out 800,000 and we need 6 million, that's a big chunk.
What are you talking about in real allocation SB1 revenues?
Well, right now we use, or we propose to use SB1 for road striping and culvert replacement. We could say, well, no, put all that towards asphalt overlays or such.
Don't we need to replace failing culverts?
Well, exactly. But I mean, those are all choices that we have, you know.
I'm assuming that if we replace enough of the culverts, we won't have to do it for a while.
No, because then the ones you started out first.
Come on.
So, yeah,
it comes around.
Let's be a little more positive.
So, I mean, I just throw that out there. I mean, that's always, you know, if that's a direction given that, you know, now we'll forego striping our roads for 5 years, or you know, we'll try to.
Yeah.
You're going to pay the piper sooner or later.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. But you know, especially up in the upcountry where, you know, we sit there and plow roads every year, we erase that striping. You know, striping that can last an ione doesn't last as long in the upcountry because we're scraping it away every year.
So anyway, I was asked to put this together, kind of paint that picture to help some understanding of, you know, where our dollars go and why we don't have the best roads in the nation.
I appreciate it.
One question, one thing we wanted to talk about was the conversation around the sales tax component. The board had in I guess with pre-COVID set forth a committee to talk to the cities about a sales tax, and I guess is the board interested in reviving that conversation?
We need to keep up with the grants, but I think it's another thing that we need to do too. We did have a brief.
Actually, I wanted a letter to be sent by this board to all the cities to restart that. We just put it on hold basically, and I've heard from some cities that they would like to look into it or go back to it because they're in the same situation. This is what I'd say half of the counties in the state already do. They have a self-help tax.
So,
That was Frank, you and Brian were the.
We were on the committee, yeah. So I created a draft letter, and I just thought that, you know, that they would send, we'd send it to the city so that they could send new representatives or
Get the conversation
old ones.
going again.
right.
Yeah.
Well, we basically had a plan, you know, we had decided pretty close on what we wanted to do, so we just needed to write the ballot measure, really.
Well, I think it's better now because we have possibly the chamber and ACT would take the lead on it, where we can only spend money on education, they can spend money on advocacy.
And I think it's something, you know, I'm not a tax guy. I mean, I think we got enough government, whether it's, no offense, guys, whether it's us, county, especially state and feds, they're off the rails. But it's pretty obvious. We got a lot of road issues. We don't have near enough money. I don't think if we started 40 years ago, we could have squeezed enough out of our budgets. And the money's definitely not there now. So the choice we have is, okay, we either put a sales tax measure before the voters and get some money to get our roads back in pretty decent shape. And one nice thing about that is people passing through, they're also helping pay for their passage through when they purchase stuff.
Right.
So I think it's something we have to put before the voters, and say, hey, here's where we're at, and see what they say. And I think it's gonna help if they look at the county and if they think we're spending money prudently, which I think overall this county does. If I was a voter, that's something I'd look at. I'd say, hey, has the county been buying all kinds of crazy stuff, doing all kinds of stupid stuff? And if they were, I'd say no. And if I look and think, hey, they're managing money fairly well, I'd say, yeah, I could support that.
Well, maybe that we should be looking at that transient occupancy tax, taking the 4% goes to chamber or ACT, wherever, but there's 6% more. And like we said, that would sure help for tourism if our roads were a lot better. And it would help our local constituents at the same time. If we could take a chunk of that, $1 million or $2 million out of that.
It'd be worth looking at.
Yeah.
Chuck's grimacing over there.
Well, it's going to other places in the general fund. We can stop spending there and take it and put it towards roads.
Frank, did you get to the part where, is it gonna have a sunset on it, or?
Well, yeah,
an
I can,
oversight committee?
I can bring back or we can bring back to the board with the chairman's permission what we had already agreed upon in the past, but there was a sunset, 10-year sunset. You know, the apportionment was probably the, you know, the only area where there was, you know, maybe further discussion, and then how to do that and make it simple. But I have some ideas on that going forward when we restart things. But you know, it would be a half-cent sales tax. Measure M is a similar ballot measure, so that was generating roughly 3 million. It's probably higher than that. It's probably 3.2 now with sales tax being in that area. And then, you know, if we sunset it, then people can say, well, you know, if it's not working, it's not forever. You know, there are other parameters to consider, which is if you run it as a general tax, you only need a simple majority. But it could, you know, basically those funds are unrestricted at that point. So that's the question. I mean, we couldn't pass the, you know, the abandoned vehicle thing, which is a really good thing. And yeah, they didn't want to pay for that. So I don't know. I know a lot of people are asking about the roads. They'd like also litter picked up and things like that. And I agree with them, but you know, we just don't have the staff or the funding to do that. And it kind of hurts.
And you know, one thing I did look at, I mean, Frank and I were trying to find out, I know Frank was looking at it too, is can this county run a sales tax measure separate from the cities?
Yes.
And it appears like they could, and I mean, that might be kind of the way to go, really.
Well, that would leave some of our cities out. They'd have to run their own, and cities that don't have retail or much retail would really would not benefit. So that would hurt, you know, some of the cities in the region. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but we can talk about that.
Yeah. Isn't there that $200,000 that's there for whoever passes that? And I think that would.
Well, that's not the message I'm getting from, you know, the guy from CSAC, and I think we need to call him and talk to him about that, because If it sounds too good to be true, like if every city could pass a sales tax and then get $200,000 extra from the state, you know, including Amador City, that would be a huge windfall for them. And even if they don't have a great sales tax base, but I don't think that that's what he was saying when I looked at what,
Okay.
he emailed back. I forwarded that to you, but we need to call him and talk to him. Because that's something to share with the group, because it, it did come up in the past. You know, certain cities are gonna benefit from their own sales tax because they have the taxing ability. Unfortunately, some cities, you know, won't be able to do that, so that's the benefit of going together.
Greg, question. Do we need to actually have a motion to get a letter to start this, or is this direction for me to sign?
You don't do anything, you just gotta approve the agenda item.
For, to initiate, like,
The sales
work on a
tax.
sales tax, direction at this point.
Direction.
Yeah, well, we already approved a resolution 3 years ago saying we would work on this, so that hasn't been rescinded.
Understand, I'm just asking, that's what I'm trying
And
to.
we have a standing committee, ad hoc committee.
Right, but I'm asking for myself to sign a letter for the, you know, so that it's just a direction.
I mean, if you want to give more specific direction today, then yes, and that resolution probably falls under the
Okay.
continuing under that resolution as well.
If you have questions for CSAC, we're working with Graham Knaus, CSAC Executive Director, to come to the county and address the at-home program, so possibly he could bring another staff member with him to address that issue.
Okay, I have a name of one of the person that responded.
Okay, so we've had the budget, we've had the sales tax, and so right now, we're just,
Public comment?
public comment.
Here comes the public. Have to give you credit for staying power.
Yeah, really, Bill.
Pretty sad if that's the case.
You might want to say that so everybody can hear.
I said, it's pretty sad if I'm the only one that's that concerned about our roads that I'll spend a lot of my time trying to get some movement toward fixing them. I sent all the board members a copy of a email talking about, basically I've said, you guys still haven't said whether or not you're going to hold a public meeting, and you know that that's near and dear to my heart.
We just did.
And, and you keep saying that, and I keep saying that's malarkey, and you know it.
What have we been talking about here, Bill?
Yeah. Look, if you're going to have a public meeting, you announce it so that people know there's going to be a public meeting, just as you do your planning commission meetings that you just held prior to this. You don't just say, this is a public meeting. Come on, guys. You're smarter than that, at least I think you are. So, well, I still want to know if there's going to be a public meeting. What I proposed is that you put a discussion item on for the 23rd where the board debates among itself whether or not you want to hold a public meeting. And if you can.
How about this, Bill? How about we'll advertise it on our next meetings. We're going to have a discussion on roads. It's going to be in our agenda. It's public. Would that, I mean, you're asking for a public meeting. It's public. We'll advertise it. We have discussion, general conditions of roads. We're taking input from the public. I think the board would do that.
Brian, how many people take the time and effort to go through this that I do? I don't think there's anybody else that spends the time and effort on this that I do.
I did tell you that I put it out there on social media that I would have a conversation in the upcountry, and I had one person.
Yeah.
One
Okay.
person come in, and it was a person who was already knowledgeable.
See, okay, so here's my ongoing gripe. what the hell is the problem of listing a public meeting? If nobody shows up, you know.
Are you asking for a public hearing, Bill? Is that what you want?
Not a hearing, a meeting.
Where would you list it, Bill, to get the most people to? We put it in the paper, it's on the radio.
Yeah.
Where would you, what else can we do?
Yeah.
I'm looking for
Among other things, you could list it in the Mountain Merchant and in the Ledger Dispatch.
It's in the Ledger Dispatch.
This may have been discussed, it wasn't we didn't post an advertisement like for a public hearing. The only difference between a public hearing and this meeting is an advertisement in the newspaper.
I mean, Bill.
That's the only difference.
You know,
And a time certain, but you could set a time certain.
With a
on
public
the
hearing?
On the agenda. We've done that for code enforcement matters. You set a sort of a time certain on the agenda.
And if it'll keep Bill happy, and roads are important, I'm not against having that. It might cost a few bucks to put them notices in, but I wouldn't mind having more input from the public. I'd love to have the public here. It'd probably be helpful over the years to offset some other people that are wanting things out of the budget if you had public here fighting for the roads.
Well, the one thing that we all seem to agree on, the board, constituents, is our roads are in piss poor shape. Some of them are dangerous to drive on. Now, if that doesn't get people's attention, I don't know what will. You can talk then about a sales tax, and you might get support for sales tax. You can talk more about getting George Reed to pay more because they contribute a hell of a lot toward destruction of our roads, and you guys pay them, what did I come up with? Close to $2 million.
I can't specify a certain company you need to pay. It's like asking Kirkwood. Kirkwood's the same thing.
Well,
Kirkwood uses more of a roads.
They don't have to agree. You can ask them.
True.
Bill, I have a question for you. You kind of give us a moving target. So if we say we're going to have a public hearing, and probably wouldn't be a bad thing, and advertise it, talking about roads, will you be happy?
I'll be happy when there's actually a public meeting. That's when
Now,
I'll be.
Bill, I said a public hearing.
Yeah.
That's about as far as you can go in a public meeting. So I just want to know, is that what you're looking for?
I suggested an alternative, for the next meeting, the 23rd, you guys just have a discussion among yourselves about whether or not there should be a public meeting. You don't appear to even want to do that.
Bill, I'm offering, if the chairman will go for it, to give you a public hearing, advertised and noticed, saying, hey, we're going to have this discussion on roads on this date. Come all, come one. Let's hear from you about roads. And you won't answer me. I think that's pretty fair, what I'm asking you. And I agree with you on the roads. But I'm saying, what more do you want, Bill? I think that's about as far as we can go, other than going and grabbing people by the ear and dragging them in here and saying, you'll listen to the roads.
Well, why are we not getting a public outcry about the condition of our roads?
That's a good question.
Something is not clicking. They all will agree that they're in poor shape. They all will agree that some of them are dangerous to drive on. Why aren't they coming?
You know, Bill, that's a good question. There's one gentleman who's been all over me, and a lot of the things he says, he's right. I don't disagree with him. I've invited him like 4 or 5 times personally. Please come to our Public Works Committee meeting. I'd love to hear from you. He'll holler and yell and scream and throw rocks, but he won't come to the damn meeting, which just makes me scratch my head.
Bill, if we do all of this, and I'm for it, having a time-certain public meeting, and you're the only one that happens, will you be happy then, or just, because you're blaming us, and it's really the lack of the empathy of the public?
Then I guess we'll know that nobody, despite the poor condition of our roads, don't really give a crap. And if that's the case, hey, you've done what you could do. And if they don't care, then let them suffer the consequences.
But you keep saying the condition of our roads are dangerous. Now, don't put words in our mouths. That's coming from you consistently.
It's
You know what,
also,
let me finish. If people slow down, the roads aren't that safe. There are bad spots in every road. Drive to Sacramento, drive to Stockton. Roads are in as bad a condition there as they are here. Go to Latrobe Road. My daughter just got in a head-on accident there because somebody crossed over the line. It's because the condition of that road is so wavy.
Well, Richard, I guess you didn't read my survey, and when some of your members said yes, they agree that some of them are dangerous and unsafe to drive on.
Some of them.
You must have
Don't put
missed.
words in our whole mouth, in the whole
I
board's
didn't put
mouth.
words in your mouth.
You can continue to harp on this. We
Your
know the
other-
roads need work. I'm not in favor of having
Your-
a public meeting because of one person asking for it.
That's fine, Richard.
And I'm sure that'll be in the paper next week.
Well, it's only what I can work into it.
Negative energy doesn't help
I'm not happy with you
anything.
as my board member, but I have you.
Well, negative energy doesn't help anything.
Here's the thing, Richard. I'm not doing it just for Bill. Bill's brought something up. I think he's got a point. I think it's valid. And if we have a public hearing and talk more about the roads, there's no downside to it.
We'll do just what we just did for the last hour and a half.
That's okay.
That's the way we do it. I mean, I hear it every cocktail party I go to, every chamber mixer, but none of those people ever, and I do like Brian, we're meeting next Tuesday at 9:00. So.
I also hear the same thing about homelessness. I hear the same thing about others.
Me too.
Well, I'm okay with having a public hearing, advertising it, putting it out there, and while we're there, we can talk about the roads. We can also touch on the sales tax.
I think that'll be
measure.
the biggest part of it is touching the sales tax, and we need to work on that. Maybe that'll just get some excitement. Oh, we're gonna charge a tax on your road. Maybe we'll get some excitement.
Well, maybe we get some people to say, yeah, we'll support the tax because of the roads. I will. And maybe there's others like me who would say, yeah, you dedicate that money to the roads, you betcha.
Now, that might be the only advantage, if we can invite the chamber, invite ACT, and hopefully get some energy going in that direction.
I agree. So it won't be right off the bat. We'll have to push that down the road, but it will happen.
We appreciate your efforts, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No pun intended, huh?
You want us to try and get everyone together for the June 13th meeting, or?
Sounds good.
Public Works Committee.
Yeah, I'd say sooner is better. Because, I mean, as far as putting a measure before the voters, time's running. So, I mean, if we could do it even sooner, wouldn't hurt my next
Well, we need
meeting.
to advertise it, and you gotta, on a hearing, you need 30 days?
No, there would be no timing requirement for this, but.
Oh, okay.
I'd try to do it the next meeting, maybe.
Want to go for the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually done by noon. You can break this meeting, go into a workshop, break this meeting, go into a workshop in the afternoon, make it specific.
Well, I think at 10:30 would probably be the best way to go with it. So, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back.
Uh-oh.
Tried.
Discussion about mental health was going on. I was reminded of a country song. It said, I've always been crazy, but it keeps me from going insane.
Quick 5-minute break.
As long as we won't lose, as long as we can recoup the money. If it's money we can't recoup. A little, something. No, I agree. You know, if all the money that would do it, we're gonna lose.
Moving on. We next have 4E, ratification of emergency expenditures for Public Works Department during 2023 winter storm. Yes, sir.
Sorry, it's me again. In your packet, I've got a list of the expenditures that we performed since the beginning of the year, from emergency standpoint. And just wanted, we had to do stuff on the go, so.
So the money that you had this from was from the OES?
The vast majority of it is, yes.
OES. And so it'll go back in, when it's paid back, it'll go back into the OES
I
system?
believe so, yes.
Okay.
So I don't
You
know if
know,
you have any questions?
Yeah, when will you know how many of these bills will be covered by, like FEMA and along that line?
We were given direction, go ahead and submit those in. So that's what we're going to do. We're in the process of doing that now, but submitting them and then having them reviewed and given the seal of approval is another story. So I'm confident the vast majority of them will be reimbursed. I can't say that 100% of them will.
So that's kind of like an indicator that they'll probably be approved.
Yes, the majority of them will.
Now, the last year's storm, Sergeant Jeff Bellotti made the statement that he was just starting to receive some of the checks in February, March for last year, for the snowstorm of last year. So this will take a while to get some of these checks in. But he did say that the second storm event was going to be covered under public, and that's FEMA that's going to be taking care of that. So that's a good thing. Okay, any other discussion on this item?
Well, yeah, a little bit. I think it was good to bring in some extra help because some of the stuff that's going on, if it wasn't kind of mitigated, could cause some pretty substantial damage, maybe even get some people getting hurt too.
Well, that was the thing. A lot of decisions were made. There was some work that needed to be done, and if I didn't have the work done, we could have lost roads if we had continued severe weather. And that was the great unknown. Things were happening, and rather than say, well, I'll wait and see, no, I didn't want to take that chance. No, I thought we would get our stuff repaired so that we don't have loss of roads and such.
One more thing. I want to hit this gingerly, but it seems like most of the work went to Rock Morgan and to Campbell. And I don't want to play favorites when we're in this game, and I think sometimes other contractors are being overlooked. I know Amador Mechanical was ready and willing to do anything, and there's some of these jobs they could have fit into real well, but they'd got a total of $2,300 for buying material from the Vicini brothers. So I'd really like you to stress to your staff that, especially in an emergency situation where you don't have to go out to bid, it should be evenly spread out there. Because I know Amador Mechanical does a good job, as do the others.
Yeah, I could support that feeling.
Sure. And I think what we'll do on an annual basis is, come November 1st rolls around, we'll go and vet the contractors, get their insurance, make sure their DIR stuff is all in place, let them know if we call for them on emergency, they can, have to do the work, they have to pay prevailing wage and do all that sort of stuff, and set that up every year. Because we don't know what's gonna pop up. And we did that at the beginning of the year when it started raining like crap, and I said, we're gonna need some help, let's get this stuff going. And I'm glad we did, because then we could pick up the phone and get stuff going. So that's something I think we'll propose to do on an annual basis, and we'll try to include, all the contractors. I want to keep it local too.
If they don't get their paperwork filled out, that's on them, but then it's on us if they do to treat everybody fairly.
Sure.
Okay, any other? go to the public. Anybody on Zoom?
Not at this time.
You have one out here.
Oh. He was hidden behind Rich.
Just so the board knows, Rich and Public Works staff, John Hopkins, General Services Director, have always been instructed that even during emergencies, that they keep a laundry list of all these contractors and that they contact them as soon as they have an issue and provide everybody that equal opportunity. So that should be done each and every time.
Should be done. Now, with Vicini, I talked to Mer Vicini, and they were not getting any phone calls.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to ratify the emergency expenditures for the Public Works Department. Ratification of emergency expenditures initiated by the Transportation and Public Works Department as detailed in Attachment A of this item.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Rich, I didn't add this up. What, do you know, have a total for this, what it was? You don't have to add it up now. I can get it later.
I do have that.
I'm just figuring out how much money there's going to be available for Martin Lane, so.
I bet it's close.
This goes back to OES. It doesn't go back to, you know.
Well, actually, there's a lot in here in your district, Martin Lane and,
Where's Martin Lane?
right here, Martin Road.
That's during the emergency.
Yeah.
That's how bad things are.
I bet you're at 800,000 at least, huh?
The total for
Lambert
catchment
Road.
A, 792,000.
Pretty close.
All right.
Mayflower, is that in your?
Okay. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Comanche
5-0.
Parkway.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Have a good afternoon.
On to 4F, discussion of possible action relative to the response to the 2021.
Before you go on there, Mr. Chairman, I have a statement. I think too much work was done in my district.
We can take
I'm just
care of
kidding.
that for you.
I appreciate that.
To 2021, 2022 grand jury about recommendations they made that were not part of the board's response.
Supervisors, this was my fault. I don't know how I did that, but I think I simply did not turn the last page when I put the draft response together. I did not include responses to recommendation number 6 and recommendation number 7. So if you look at the letter I've got in the packet, I just put the entire letter in and included R6 and R7 in there. So if you have any questions on there about those.
No, it looks like you fixed it.
I think it's fixed. I'll send a revision to the grand jury and
Yeah,
along with my apologies.
I read everything in here. But did you write this or did the past chair write it?
I wrote the R6 and R7. All the rest of them had been, I wrote a draft of and the board revised. And
Okay, because some of these seemed very therapeutic for some of our board members to have written.
right, so any revisions to my responses, please?
I think they were pretty firm, especially your last comment about the state. Frankly, I think that should probably be forwarded on to our legislators and the governor. It was right on point about how bad the state agencies are.
Yeah, I like given the repeated findings by the grand jury, the county would suggest that subsequent grand juries investigate the state departments.
I like that.
I think it's pretty good, too. I agree.
Yeah.
But I like where you instructed the judge to actually look at that and forward it for.
Does our grand jury have jurisdiction there? Can we investigate the state? Someone needs to provide oversight. Might as well be us.
Okay, we're going to continue on with this. We have nobody in the audience. Anybody on Zoom?
Not at this time.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 5-0. Board G, review and possible approval of April 25th, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting minutes.
The one thing I caught was there's an inconsistency
Page.
on this is the third page on the motion for approving confidential minutes. It's Supervisor Neto made the motion, but in one case Supervisor X makes the second, and the other case Supervisor Forrester in the confidential minutes makes the second. So I'm not sure which one that was, but we should probably make that the same.
Actually, it was moved by Supervisor Onto. That needs to be corrected. Oneto.
Getting onto it.
Oh, right.
I have another one on page 4. I have minor corrections all throughout, but on the page 4 on the top, the consent agenda, Supervisor Oneto recused himself. I thought it was due to you said that you had an interest in nearby property, not that family owners owning property near the subject location.
No, I never said I had an interest in it.
Which was it?
Pardon?
Which was it? What is correct?
I'm looking.
Is
I
it
never
correct
said-
the way it's written?
I never said I had an interest in it. I'm looking at where,
Page 4. So right at the top.
yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, interest in nearby property would just be the grazing land there, not the, I thought that's what you had said. If I'm incorrect, that's fine.
With those corrections, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Okay. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 5-0. We will be going into closed session to finish up a couple items. And our next meeting will be Tuesday, May 23rd at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Goodbye.